October 17th, 2023 meeting of the Tompkins County Legislature. It is 5:41 p.m. If you could please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. If I could have a roll call of members, please.
Amanda Champion. Here. Susan Curry.
Here.
Deborah Dawson.
Here.
Rich John.
Here.
Dan Klein.
Here.
Ann Corman.
Here.
Mike Lane.
Here.
Z.
Here.
Veronica Pillar.
Here.
Lee Shurtleff.
Here.
Mike Sigler.
Here.
Travis Brooks. Mr. Brooks will be arriving later this evening. Randy Brown.
Here.
Shauna Black.
Here.
13 members present.
Thank you, Katrina. I am going to have some reordering of our business this evening. I find it important to address all of you first as the chair of this legislature. It's hard to express in a short chair's report how difficult it is to find the right words to say about the war in Gaza. I'm heartbroken and frustrated. As a mother of 3 kids, it's heartbreaking to watch the news, to see the death of helpless children and people just trying to survive is tragic beyond words. It's also frustrating to see a tragedy halfway around the world because it's not something that we can solve from in this room. We're a group that takes action and we tend to take strong stances. As lawmakers, we are elected to make good decisions, and most of us pride ourselves on our problem-solving skills. I can't imagine a best-case scenario for this war. It's frustrating to feel stunned, and I know so many of this room share this sentiment. Even while we're heartbroken and stunned, we can listen, we can make space for conversation, and feel empathy for our neighbors. I'd like to thank our Chief Diversity and Equity Officer, Charlene Holmes, for helping to make a productive space for listening and conversation among county employees. Last week, she sent an email to all county employees with the subject, Safe Space for Discussion and Support, Islam, Hamas, War. And my instant reaction was fear and concern about what it would look like in a time when people are so frustrated. Yesterday, I attended the Zoom event, and while I won't go into the details, I was comforted to know that many people have the same sense of helplessness and sadness as myself. It eases the frustration knowing that many of our colleagues have great hearts and feel pain for people around the world. I want to thank you, Charlene, for bringing us all together in a safe space. I made a statement the day after the Hamas terrorists cowardly attacked the people of Israel on their holy day. I continue to condemn terrorist attacks and express my sympathy for the people of Israel and our Jewish community that have endured centuries of devastation and destruction at the hands of others. The more I research the history and hear stories and educate myself, I also realize there are many others, including Palestinians, who continue to be victims to these extremists and aggressive acts of war. This isn't a black and white topic with one single right or wrong answer. I also want to extend my sympathies to the people in Palestine that are trapped in their homes, unable to move or seek refuge under their tyrant leaders. Peace in the Middle East is not an unattainable goal. Diplomats and leaders everywhere should not lose sight of peace and nonviolence. So despite all 14 of us that are gathered around this table that want to create change and solve this massive problem, it's outside of our power, and that's frustrating. What I personally have found solace in is listening to the stories from my neighbors, from our employees, from all of you that are here tonight, from the emails that we've received today. and I continue to be in awe of this amazing community that's been built around us. So I just want to thank you all for coming here today, for sharing your words, and I hope you feel that this is a safe space for you. Next, I would like to call on Greg Mezzi, Legislator Greg Mezzi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to take this moment first to withdraw resolution number LID number 11982, and if I may have a few moments to explain the rationale for both submitting the resolution and withdrawing the resolution. This resolution, and for many of you, the way that resolutions work at the legislature is if you have a resolution that does not yet have text, but you want to save space on the agenda for it, you submit a title. The title of the resolution can't be changed, but it can be changed on the floor once a resolution is moved and debated. But the text has opportunity to be evolved and revised prior to submitting officially for the agenda. This resolution that I originally submitted was in response to the terrorist attack on October 7th and was to express our support and sympathy for those affected. I realize that over the last several days, this conflict situation, tragedy in the region has evolved and continues to evolve. And the resolution as it's submitted needs to be pulled back, and we need to take a moment to rethink a more nuanced resolution calling for a ceasefire from all sides. Calling for a release of hostages and peace in the region. I do have hope in people and in humanity and in democracy. I appreciate all of you being here today. As you have heard me say before, public comment is one of my most favorite parts of any legislature meeting that we have, because this is our opportunity to hear directly from you. I will say that the letters that we received, both in support of the resolution and denouncing the resolution, were read at detail. There was one that stood out particularly to me that was sent by a couple, and you could really hear the care and concern in their voice for the message that they were trying to convey, and that does make a difference. So I would encourage all of you, whatever side of the issue that you're on, to continue to speak up and speak out, but do it in a way that's productive and that creates a mutually beneficial goal for all those involved. So the reason why I pulled this resolution back, as I stated before, is we need to take more time. We need to understand how certain symbols affect certain people within our community. It does not mean that some of us do not support Israel or do not support Palestinians. It just means that we need to work on the words in which we use to express that support. And it's a very nuanced issue that needs a little bit more consideration and a little bit more time, which we did not have in advance of this meeting. So while, like Shauna, I condemn any terrorist attack on any people, I think that we would be best served, and those in our community would be best served for taking a moment to better craft support for peace in the region. And for that reason, I'd like to remove the resolution from the agenda as submitted.
Accepted. Thank you. Mike Sigler.
Thank you, Shauna. I would like to actually move this as a member-filed resolution.
Okay. Is there a second? Seconded by Randy. Go ahead, Mike.
While I appreciate what Greg has said, I'm going to actually start by reading the resolution because I think everybody should deserve to hear it, because he put some work into it, I put some work into it, and I think the end result makes it very clear that it is not a condemnation of Palestine, or Palestinians, but it is a condemnation of Hamas. So whereas Israel, a staunch ally of the United States, was brutally attacked on October 7th, 2023 by Hamas, an Islamic political and military organization based in Gaza, Palestinian territory, that has served as the governing authority of Gaza since 2007. And whereas the attack of October 7th caused Israel to declare war in response to this terrorist attack, the attack left hundreds dead in Israel with thousands more wounded and many taken hostage. Almost a dozen or more of those killed or taken hostage are Americans. And whereas the Israeli people have bravely and fiercely defended the country against many terror attacks, including thousands of rockets fired from Gaza, and whereas there are still many hostages held by Hamas who are at risk of being executed in Israel if Israel attacks Gaza. Whereas Hamas believes that the existence of Israel is inherently illegitimate, rejects any proposed two-state solutions, and promotes a solid position of the creation of a Palestinian Islamic State stretching from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea. And whereas Hamas has taken hostages and used them as human shields and has taken violent actions against civilian populations with the lack of distinction between military personnel and civilians. And whereas in the days following the attack, further bombings and attacks have caused deaths in the thousands of innocent Israelis and Palestinians, and we call on Israel to take every precaution to protect the lives and dignity of innocent Palestinians. And whereas we call on global leaders to support the humanitarian crisis in Gaza, as we believe it's a fundamental right for all to have access to clean water and sufficient medical care, and whereas New York State has shown its support for Israel, lighting up iconic New York buildings and hanging the Israeli flag prominent on other government buildings, and whereas Tompkins County Legislature has adopted a policy for the display of flags on county flagpoles, but does not have a specific policy for the display of flags within chambers, and the legislature wishes to clearly state its intent in this matter. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Tompkins County Legislature shall display the Israeli flag in its chambers for the next year as a continuing symbol of our support for the people and country of Israel, and shall revisit this issue statement on an annual basis to reaffirm our commitment so long as the conflict continues. So that is the resolution. I think it deserves a vote. I don't find anything objectionable in that. I'm going to be quick with my commentary here. So some of you don't remember this. I do. I remember 9/11 very clearly. I remember getting a phone call from my mother and talking to her and watching the second airplane slam into the tower. And I go back to that because, and if you have a constitution at home that you don't want to hear about violence, or if you have children watching this at home, I would just take a pause, mute this for about, I don't know, a minute. It won't take very long. So I'll give you a second to do that. On 9/11, I remember watching people jump to their lives, because they had no place else to go, jumping out of windows. I remember after the attacks, for days and weeks afterwards, seeing those cars in New Jersey. I was from New Jersey, and I was in the news at the time, and seeing these cars left there, and nobody was ever coming to go pick up those cars. Those people were just gone. And it took me right back. It really did. I'm watching this thing on 10/7. I'm seeing the reports come in. Babies who were shot in their cribs, women who were killed, and then other women who were raped right next to their dead friends. A grandmother, they put it on Facebook Live, and then the family was able to watch her murder. I always wish that we could go back to 9/10. The things that happened after 9/10, after 9/11, Patriot Act, the wars that ensued. If we could just go back to before 9/11, that would have been terrific. And I wish that here too. I wish that we could go back to 9/6, but that's simply, I don't think, possible. The days of an idea where Hamas will fire a rocket into Israel and kill 2 people, and then Israel responds by maybe firing a missile or killing 20 people as a proportional response. I don't foresee that, us ever going back to that. Right now, we have 200 hostages being held by Hamas. Over 20 of those are American citizens. We have 10,000 sailors in the Gulf or in the Mediterranean right now. We have 2,000 soldiers headed there. President Biden is headed there into Israel tomorrow. I hope that the Palestinian Authority does change its mind and will meet with him. They say it's because of a hospital being hit. It's questionable as who hit that hospital, whether it be Hamas or the Israelis, but the Israelis say that they were not in that area, and there was rocket fire in that area. So we will see what pans out there. But that's President Biden's position. Majority Leader of the Senate, Schumer, has been very clear on this. Hochul has been very clear of their support for Israel. A lot of emails have come in, and I'll end with this, saying that this is an open-air prison. I would ask you to consider who are the jailers of that prison. I don't believe it to be Israel. I believe it to be Hamas. And I think this resolution makes that very clear.
Okay, order, please. Order.
Thank you very much.
Okay, order. Excuse me. I want us to continue this meeting. Legislator Sigler, while I personally don't agree, he does reserve, he needs to have respect. I want everyone to be able to have a chance to speak this evening. We're not going to have that.
Yeah, Mike, you need to use your closer to your mic next time.
Okay, I felt I was very clear with my mic. This has been referred to as an open-air prison. It sounds like the end is
We don't need to repeat it.
No, we don't need
Shauna, can you move on?
Okay, so I have a mover and a seconder. Anyone else like to speak? Lee Shurtleff.
Procedural question, Madam Chairman. Should we be addressing the resolution as forwarded by Legislator Sigler, or should our discussion at this point be on whether to add it to the agenda?
That's right. We are discussing right now whether to add it to the agenda. And then what would happen is that we will hear from our audience. If it is added to our agenda, we will need 10 votes. Then we would vote on it, assuming it was added to the agenda. Randy Brown.
I second that because I believe everybody has the right to speak and to have their opinion. I'm not going to support the resolution because I don't believe we should have the Ukrainian flag up here, and I don't think we should have the Israeli flag here either. I think that these actions, and we have no control, as Shauna said, over the situation over there. It's been centuries that there's been war in that region, and the people who suffer typically are innocent people, and a small group of typically men convince their people that other people are evil, and that's not going to work at all. So I'm not going to support this, but I think there should be a safe space, and if people want to say something and have their opinion heard, then they should.
Thank you, Randy. Mike Lane.
Yeah, I'm not going to support adding this second resolution to the agenda, not because I don't agree with some of the things, not everything that you said, Mike, but Greg started this issue on our agenda with his resolution, and he's asked to withdraw it tonight, citing the need to spend more time thinking about what it should actually say. And I think we should allow Greg to do that.
Thank you, Mike. Anyone else? Deborah Dawson.
Yeah, thank you. I don't think anyone with any control over this issue gives a hoot what the Tompkins County Legislature thinks. Sorry. I don't think anybody who has any control over this issue cares what the Tompkins County Legislature thinks. We have no control over this. We have really no say in this. We have 14 people who are very likely holding vastly different ideas about the rights and wrongs of this situation, although I imagine that we can all agree that beheading babies and bombing hospitals and raping women and kidnapping grandmothers is...
We're not going to have that.
Bring up your source then, if you're so sure about it.
We're not going to have that. Or else we're going to break into session and we're not going to have public comment.
And this is exactly why we shouldn't be considering this resolution. People are so emotional and invested in their particular viewpoint of this that they can't even allow other people to suggest that one side or the other has done anything wrong. It's not acceptable. The most sensible email we got today, of the dozens that we received, is something I'm going to read. I'm not going to identify who wrote it because it was a private submission. I encourage members of the legislature not to comment on the troubles in the Middle East. We are all horrified at the attacks by Hamas on Israeli citizens and by the continuing destruction by Israel of so much of Gaza. The situation is terrible for all of the innocent people who are non-combatants, let down by their leaders. Please do not pick sides in this complicated situation, but rather identify shared concerns for peace and encourage diplomacy when possible and protecting non-combatants at all times. Thank you. I don't know that we as a legislature could come up with a better statement of what a humane position should be by citizens of this country who have no say in what's going on in the Middle East. And for that reason, I will oppose the resolution now and at any time in the future.
Thank you. Anyone else? Veronica Pillar? Ann Corman?
Yeah, commenting only on adding the resolution. I oppose adding the resolution for a lot of the reasons Greg said, but I have a question. Either way, we'll still have public comment, and anyone who wants to speak about anything can, right?
That is right. People will have 3 minutes, and we do have rules for speaking on the privilege of the floor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ann Corman?
Thank you. I know people do, there are a lot of people here and other people who are not here who do care about what this legislature says. And people do care, at least locally, what this legislature supports. I, for one, stand on the side of love and peace, and I will vote against adding this resolution to our agenda. And I thank everybody for coming today.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we're going to do a roll call vote, and this is a vote to add this back to our agenda.
Amanda Champion.
No.
Susan Curry.
No.
Deborah Dawson.
No.
Rich John.
No.
Dan Klein.
No.
Ann Corman.
No.
Mike Lane.
No.
Greg Mezzi.
No.
Veronica Pillar.
No.
Lee Shurtleff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
No.
Randy Brown.
No.
Shauna Black.
No.
I have 2 ayes and 12 noes. Motion fails. It will not be added.
Point of information, Chair. Are we on item 10 of our agenda? Because I have a different resolution, far more boring, that I would add.
We are not. We're going to go back to privilege of the floor. Actually, I would like to make an announcement for executive session. We do have 3 topics. Enter into executive session in accordance with Article 7, Section 105 of the Public Officers Law for the discussion of 2 matters concerning collective negotiations pursuant to Article 14 of the Civil Service Law and the proposed acquisition, sale, or lease of real property of the proposed acquisition of securities or sale or exchange of securities held by such public body, but only when publicity would substantially affect the value thereof. And now we are going to move on to privilege of the floor. We do have a member of the City of Ithaca who is here, who is on a bit of a time crunch, and I promised Jorge that we would let him give a quick city update. And if there are questions for legislators, we can ask him questions.
Sure. Thank you so much up front, Shauna, for respecting my time constraint. I got to get back up the hill to help out some students, but I wanted to give you guys an update as some things have happened with the city. But before I do, speaking just for myself, to Shauna and to Greg, I understand how difficult these situations can be. And as a fellow public servant, I know that it can be challenging to make a statement or to have a stance and to get this input and to reassess. I think you guys are doing great. I think you guys are doing great work, and I appreciate you opening your mind and reflecting and hearing what everyone has to say. Just one elected official to the others. But on to my updates. So as you all probably heard, the City of Ithaca approved of its negotiations with Cornell and agreed to the memorandum of understanding that we have now. We will be receiving for the next 21 years $4 million each year from Cornell University, and an additional amendment that we made to said MOU includes the modification of Clause 6, which would give Cornell, Freudian slip there, give the City of Ithaca the ability to, pursue legislative action in terms of changing or reassessing Cornell's tax-exempt status throughout New York State. So we're looking forward to seeing how things unfold. We're in the midst of our budget season right now, and that was a big determining factor for a lot of folks' feelings about the budget this year. And so we're hoping to conclude our budget session, hopefully uneventfully, now with this MOU finalized. Another great update that we can say is that the City of Ithaca has finalized all of its contracts with its organized public sector. And so all of the different bargaining units in fire, police, DPW, confidentials, they all have bargained labor contracts, and many of them have in their press releases. Many of them had, if not all of them, had overwhelming majority support for the contract. So the workers were in support of these contracts that they bargained with the city. Many of them in their press release have said things along the lines of these being historic contracts. They're looking forward to continuing good relations with the city. As you all know, last year we heard a big turnout from our public sector workers about the state of organized labor and their relationship with the city. And I'm hoping that this is the beginning, first chapter of healthy and continued good relationships with the city and our public sector. Other updates that I have, as some of you know, Mike and Shauna, we met as part of a working group across agencies and across sectors to deal with the issues of homeless encampments and our unhoused populations here in the City of Ithaca and Tompkins County. We're going to continue meeting. I'm looking forward to being a part of that group and working with you all to work on short-term solutions for helping and addressing the needs of our unhoused neighbors in the short term and securing permanent supportive housing for them in the long term as well, and meeting the homelessness crisis that we are experiencing is happening nationwide, but experiencing here in our county. I'm a lot more optimistic about our ability to accomplish this, this task in front of us because we are working together in the same room on the same page. We're going to have a lot of conversations. We may not always agree on everything, but I am looking forward to working with you all about that. And lastly, we are underway in our budget process. Common Council will be meeting again later this week to talk about things like DPW, engineering, and capital projects, and we are set to have a final vote on our budget November 1st. And so things are underway in the city, and I'm happy to take any questions before I have to go.
Thank you. Any questions for Jorge? Okay, thank you very much for making time for us this evening.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, now it's the time that we are going to move on to our privilege of the floor for our public. And I want to be very upfront about what our rules are going to be this evening. I know that we have people on both sides of the debate, and we have to have respect for each other. With my kids, I have a one strike, you're out rule, and that's kind of what I'm going to do here tonight. If I hear people banter during someone else's speech, I'm going to ask you to leave, because we're going to respect each other in these chambers tonight. Okay. Now for the rules for speaking under the privilege of the floor. Number 1, I agree to a 3-minute time limit. Number 2, I agree not to raise my voice. Number 3, I agree not to use lewd, obscene, profane, slanderous, or libelous language or speak or act in a manner that would tend to incite a breach of the peace. Number 4, I agree not to speak about county personnel issues. Personnel matters include comments about the job performance, either positive or negative, of named county employees other than elected officials. Number 5, after 3 minutes, I agree to leave the microphone and yield the floor. Transferring time to another person is not permitted. And number 6, I agree that if I cause a disruption and am asked to leave, I will leave the chambers. Our first speaker this evening is Sarah Gunther.
It's okay. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak. I'm here as a Jew, I'm here as a mother, and I'm sharing the heartbreak that some of you already named about what's happening in Palestine and Israel. And I'm deeply grateful that you tabled the resolution, or canceled the resolution for tonight. I wanted to actually pick up on a point that you made around what we do here doesn't matter, and I want to respectfully disagree that actually what we do here deeply, deeply matters. Israel is in the process of committing genocidal actions against Palestinians, and again, as a mother and as a Jew, I'm terrified for what's going to happen to all of those babies and children and families. There's forced transfer, there's ethnic cleansing, there's terrifyingly genocidal language being used by the state, and the U.S. government is providing diplomatic cover. The U.S. government is providing unconditional military support. And I'm here as a Jew to say, not in my name. I'm so proud to be a Jew living in Ithaca, and I want to encourage all of us to stand up in support of human rights. I mean, I have been grief-stricken this past week and dealing with my own historical trauma and Holocaust survivors in my own family. But I truly believe that the only path to peace is to end the violence and oppression that the Israeli state is committing against Palestinians. I deeply want peace and equality for all people living on that piece of land. And the way to get that will be by respecting the dignity of every human being. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so one other thing I'm going to have to ask. I know I've asked a lot tonight, but one more thing is that we hold our applause, because I have probably 50 people that have signed up to speak, and I'm totally happy to go through all 50. But I also realize that by about 10 o'clock, the legislators get pretty chippy and we start making bad decisions. And we're voting on taxes tonight. So with that said, I'm going to go ahead and name 3 people at a time so that you can know where you are in our speaking order and you could be prepared. Next speaker will be Mohammed Burton. And if I get your name wrong, please state it correctly for me. Joan Globman. Sorry, Jane. I should have been able to get that one right. And James Beaumont.
Thank you. My name is Mahmoud Burton. I'm a member and representative of the Muslim community here in Tompkins County, and happy to be with you this evening. Just to set the floor straight, I completely trust that there is not a single one of us in this room who faced with the image of a mother pulling her baby from the rubble created by a rocket attack or a bomb attack would not feel a sense of shock, revulsion, horror, and anger. Not one of us. So we start in the same place. I respectfully also wish to echo the message of my Jewish sister that what we say in the legislature matters. And what brings me here tonight is that words matter. The way that we use our words matters, and they have an effect, and we have to be aware of this effect. And my message is really one of public concern for public safety. The impact of a one-sided presentation of this situation, completely ignoring context, creates such things as the news that maybe you've heard of, the 6-year-old Muslim boy in Chicago being stabbed 26 times here in our country. In our own county, here in Ithaca, members of my Muslim community being harassed and experiencing difficult situations on the campus for the sake of raising their voices to talk about the cause of the Palestinians in this particular instance. So our words do matter. And I have to say that as terrible as the attacks, an unprovoked attack would be in any circumstance, that however horrible the attacks by Hamas have been, that to imagine that a response that would shut off food, water, electricity, medical supplies to 2.2 million civilians, to bomb residences, hospitals, United Nations shelters, schools, and mosques, is itself an insult to the idea of human dignity, as well as a violation of international law. And these actions fit very well the words of the original statement of the chairperson of being spectacular acts of cowardice and malice. And the failure for us to even acknowledge the reality of what is happening to the innocent Palestinians or to contextualize the situation in an adequate way is a moral indictment of this position. So I finish my comments now. You can read a full statement later. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jane Globman.
Hi, my name is Jane, as she said, and I've lived in Ithaca for about 12 years. This part of the world was a very important part of my life. I'm 60. My father grew up in Jerusalem. He was originally from Petah Tikva. All of my great-great-grandparents were among the earliest of the modern Jewish settlers in Palestine in the 1860s. And my father left in 1947, and in 1948, he came to America to get a PhD and become a professor, and his brother, who had saved the money for him to come, was killed the next year in 1948 in the first war, which is known as the Israeli War of Independence and known by Palestinians for the Nakba, the expulsion of about 750,000 people. I am an anti-Zionist. I have lived in Israel. I did when I was young in the 80s. And I was always troubled, even as a child, by the fact that, I mean, I had grown up in the United States, and I was brought up to believe that colonization was wrong, that indigenous people had, deserved rights and respect like anybody else, and that I didn't understand how a religious, my father's family were all Orthodox, but my father wasn't religious. And so I was very confused by this contradiction, and I think a lot of people are very confused with respect to Israel because we know about the Holocaust, and in fact, I've only relatively late in life realized that my father was, in a sense, indirectly a Holocaust survivor. The Nazis were extremely close to the settlement, the Jewish settlement in Palestine. And if, for example, the British had lost the Battle of El Alamein in Egypt, the Nazis would have overrun the Jewish settlement and liquidated everybody there. And of course, there were many members of the extended family who were killed in the Holocaust. But the fact is that there was no right. The Palestinians were not responsible for that. They were the people who lived in Palestine. There was no right to go there, and it's just gotten worse and worse over the years. And I guess I just want to use my remaining seconds to say that I really disagree with the person who said that it's not an open-air prison. Gaza is an extremely small area in which people are very tightly packed, and it's in the desert. And when they have no electricity, they cannot desalinate or purify water. There's nothing for anyone to drink. From the moment that those measures were declared, it was clear that what was intended was a genocide. And genocide, the idea that the Jews would be responsible, would be the leading genocidal force in the world, it's almost unimaginable after what happened in the 1940s, but it's what's happening today. So thank you for considering.
Thank you. Next is James Beaumont, and then I will have Janice Kelly, Teresa Altz, and Russell El Sayas.
Hi, my name is James. I had come to talk to the legislature about developmental disabilities housing situation in Tompkins County, but given the other important topics today, I'll come back another time and yield my time to other people talking about these important topics. Thank you.
Thank you. Janice Kelly, Teresa Alt, and Russell L. Sayas.
Am I good? Thank you for the chance to speak about this. I'm going to speak less sort of dogmatically and more, I think, from the heart. I think it's important to be very clear and avoid making false equivalences in this situation between Israel and Hamas. The massacres that happened illustrates a new degree of terrorist brutality and savagery that's been injected into this conflict. The intentional and open murder of civilians, particularly including women, children, and babies, in an attempt to achieve a political goal is something new. And in terms of my own horror, it tops even the Islamist previous big hit suicide bombing. I mean, even the Nazis knew that what they were doing was wrong and hid it. Hamas live streams it and brags about it. Because of that, by those actions, I would suggest to you that Hamas has lost all moral standing in this discussion. We can consider policies and other kinds of things, but Hamas has done one very useful thing. The jubilation and approval of Hamas's savagery from many allegedly progressive leftists in this country and in Europe has ripped away the mask of compassionate anti-Zionism to a very large degree. And underneath that mask is the very ancient face of Jew hatred. That's what I'm seeing in this country now, and I'm not even Jewish. I spent a lot of the last week on the phone and on WhatsApp communicating with Jewish friends here and in Israel who are horrified and shocked and stunned by what's going on and by how little support they feel. These are people in our community, and they're scared. I agree with Mike and others who said the county board shouldn't be making great international proclamations. I don't think that's the role of the county board either. But it is the role of the county board to be concerned with the safety and well-being and sense of community of our own people here. And I just ask you to please bear that in mind as you move forward.
Thank you. Teresa Alt.
This is not, I'm Teresa Alt. This is not a time for knee-jerk support of Israel. Of course, Hamas is wrong to engage in violence against civilians. Alas, Hamas has been behaving in ways that Israel has modeled against Palestinians. Hamas has been behaving in ways that the United States has modeled around the world. Think of U.S. shock and awe against Iraq. Think of Guantanamo. The U.S. federal government sends Israel over $3 billion, that's billion with a B, $3 billion a year in military aid. Some of our New York State tax money goes to violent Israeli settlers through state tax-exempt so-called charities. And Tompkins County is left to raise property taxes that make our homes less affordable. And all this money has supported the illegal Israeli violence that provoked the illegal Hamas reaction. It's time to stop funding weapons and start meeting human needs. By the way, I showed this statement to my husband, Wales Brown, and he concurs.
Thank you. Next is Russell L. Sayas.
Madam Chairwoman, members of this body, my name is Rasil El-Sayes and I am a Lebanese American. I was born when Lebanon was under Israeli occupation and have lived in Lebanon through a 34-day war with Israel in the summer of 2006. 34 very long days. I tell you with all my being that I would not wish war on any man, woman, or child. I can confidently say that most, if not all of you, have never been in a war, and most, if not all of you, have never been under occupation. And that's a good thing. That's how it's supposed to be, for everyone. The reason I am sharing my personal history with you is because who we are as human beings and the stands we take in this life are shaped by our histories. They are shaped by our memories, our experiences, and our education. It's probably hard for you all to connect and empathize with the Palestinians because you do not have that history or personal connection. You have never had to be in their shoes or have felt their struggles. So the only thing that you can do is to educate yourselves on this issue. I come here today because while I sit with my husband and 3 children in the comfort of my own home and the safety of our own home, with an abundance of food and water, and we carry on with our lives to go to work and they go to school, other children, other parents, and other people are not so lucky. Following the vicious attacks of Hamas, the world is seeing crimes committed by the government of Israel against the Palestinian people, including the killing of more than 3,300 Palestinians, more than 1,000 children. 1,000 children, just think about that, in less than 12 days. I'm not even thinking about what happened before this. The Israeli government is waging a war without fear of consequences, with quote-unquote unwavering support from the United States, our government, both militarily and diplomatically. Much to the detriment of humanity, we are seeing it all unfold in real time. If you do put forward a resolution, I ask that you put forward a resolution in support of an immediate ceasefire in Gaza, in support of a break to Israel's siege on Gaza, and in support of letting humanitarian aid into Gaza for the purpose of immediate and long-term welfare for all the civilians. I would like to also add that while members of this body can feel free to support the government of Israel in a personal matter, in a personal capacity, this body cannot align itself with one group of people by displaying flags, showing public support, but not with another, because that can be perceived as inherently discriminatory action towards the latter. And that action is not aligned with the values of this county. I feel for your losses. I feel for them. As a human, as a mother, I feel for you. And I ask that you also feel the same for the Palestinians. And I thank you all for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Next is Zach Wynn, and then Maddie Halpert and Amber Gillespie.
Good evening. I forwarded pictures of the bike camp, as I call it, in the green zone behind Walmart that were taken this afternoon. The camp is still flying a Confederate flag and is still adorned with numerous swastikas. It is also the site of dozens of stolen chopped bicycles. New access roads made by the Ithaca Department of Public Works show signs of recent activity. And what I also noticed was a total lack of a clean water supply. The site appears largely unoccupied at this time, and I fail to understand the wisdom of encouraging people to camp in a place that is relatively unspoiled forest. I'd like to draw attention to things that have been happening here locally. A man was shot and killed about 6 blocks from here last week. A few days before that, a vehicle and home were targeted with gunfire that thankfully did not injure anyone. A 12th person was charged in the kidnapping and murder of Thomas Rath, who was a resident of the jungle encampments, and an effort is underway to shut down the Cargill salt mine, which is estimated to contribute about $170 million annually to the local economy. At the risk of sounding hyperbolic, I believe an open-air prison and concentration camp for the homeless is being constructed right here in the city of Ithaca. Discussion of hyperpolarizing issues like the war in the Middle East are not a worthwhile use of this body's limited time and resources. Please focus on addressing local issues and not popular causes of the day. People are dying right here in town. And regarding the controversy surrounding statements made by Cornell professor Russell Rickford at a rally on the Commons last Sunday, I'd like it to be understood that free speech is core to the American way of life, and it is precisely the kind of controversial speech engaged in by Mr. Rickford that the First Amendment was designed to protect. I personally find it unfortunate that Mr. Rickford's speech produced more outrage than his participation in illegal roadblocks and the praising of such activity dating back to at least 2015. Lastly, I understand the continuity of care plan is to come before the legislature, and I encourage the legislature to reject it. The core of the plan is a housing-first approach that is certain to inspire further preventable deaths by overdoses in what is called supportive housing. Perhaps the county health department can shed light on where the overdose deaths are clustered. A treatment-first model should be pursued if the goal is to save lives. I yield the remainder of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Maddie Halpert.
Okay, there's a lot to respond to that people have said. I'm going to probably have to write you a book. My name is Maddie, and I am a self-loving, humanity-loving Jewish person who grew up in Ithaca, and I now live in Danby. So I love your sign here that says someone should do something on your desk. Appreciate that. Given the way that the Palestinian-Israeli conflict really deeply affects Jewish community, it's something I've been trying basically my whole life to understand better and grounded in a sense of peace and justice. And I appreciate that many of you are doing your best to try to understand this issue better. I'm still open to supporting you if you are open to being in conversation around that. And I think that where some of what you've been coming from is, I see in it you're trying to express a care for safety of people, particularly safety of Jewish people in the resolution that was originally proposed. And I want to say that Jews will not be safe as long as the world continues to accept and justify genocide. No one will be safe. And that is currently what is unfolding in Gaza. Again, I'm happy to talk to you more about this. I don't use the word genocide lightly. I use it looking at the statements and the tactics of Israeli officials and against definitions of genocide in international law. And as people have mentioned, we're also seeing hate crimes against folks in the US. And what we say does matter. And there have been times in the past the legislature has commented on federal issues, on international issues. I think that's the flag of Ukraine over there. So I think, I think that we need to be consistent in speaking out and in recognizing our relationship to these situations, because the United States has been fanning the flames of violence. We have been funding one side. We have picked a side, and it's making none of us safer. This is a messy time. I'm grieving everyone, Israeli, Palestinian, US, everyone who's died, held hostage, been traumatized in recent days. And I also ask you to respect that the Israeli flag is intertwined with 75 years of oppression and outright genocide, and that's what the US has been contributing to. So raising that flag would not make me feel safer, but that's also not enough to just not raise the flag, because history is going to look back on this moment and ask, what were people doing? So what would make me feel safer is knowing I'm in a community that speaks out. And I want to ask who here tonight, because this is a time-sensitive, urgent situation, is willing to write a letter to send it to Gillibrand, Schumer, Biden, asking them for a ceasefire, asking them to speak out against anti-Jewish, anti-Muslim, anti-Arab hate, asking for aid to Gaza, and asking for us to stop our relationship of funding to the US military, or to the Israeli military. I'll help you write the letter. Please respond directly in the public comment responses rather than, another time, because I would like to hear who would be willing to work on that together. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Amber
Gillespie.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
My name's Amber Gillespie. In 2015, I went on a peace delegation to Israel-Palestine. I met with Israeli and Palestinian activists, human rights groups, and Israeli settlers in the West Bank. I was there when settlers burned and murdered a Palestinian family in Douma, killing everyone except for one child who was left without parents. I've met with people on the border of Israel and Gaza. I met with Israeli activists who are in the town of Sderot, which suffered from a terrible attack last week and is now a ghost town because most people have evacuated it. The Israelis I met there wanted to be friends with their neighbors, and the government just wouldn't allow it. I do not want to see any civilians murdered, whether it's in Gaza, the West Bank, or in Israel, but I also see the severe imbalance of treatment and power. One force is the occupiers, the oppressors, and the others are the oppressed. The way Palestinians were treated from what I saw was blatantly racist. There was no trying to hide the racism. In Hebron, I observed Palestinians being treated the way black people were treated in the United States in the 1950s during the Jim Crow era. Palestinians were not allowed to drive on certain roads or walk down certain sidewalks or be in certain places simply for being Palestinian. I don't condone the murder of any civilians anywhere and for innocent people to get caught up in these power plays. But let's make no mistake about it. Hamas would not exist if it were not for the occupation. Even if Hamas did not exist, Palestinians would still be brutalized. They're brutalized in Gaza and in the West Bank, which is not controlled by Hamas. And to equate all Palestinians with one group, which Israel helped to create, is a very racist assumption, that this represents all Palestinians. No matter how Palestinians have tried to fight against their oppression, peaceful protests, boycotts, divestment, sanctions, or with violence, it doesn't matter. They are brutalized no matter what form of resistance they take. And what do people expect them to do after decades of being colonized, dehumanized, and ethically cleansed? This is not a religious war. This is not a conflict. This is about colonizers and the colonized. This is about ethnic cleansing. Major human rights organizations such as Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, and B'Tselem, the largest human rights organization in Israel, sees it for what it is, apartheid. This is genocide. U.S. tax dollars support the Israeli military. I don't want my tax dollars supporting this. We need to remove U.S. aid to Israel and demand a ceasefire. I don't want to see our progressive counties support apartheid and genocide by flying the Israeli flag in the chambers. If one has the power to control their enemies' food, water, and energy, and attack them at any time at their leisure, they are the oppressors. Over half of Gaza's population are children. Israel is carpet bombing Gaza. They just bombed a major hospital in Gaza City today, with the death toll estimated 500. And we are sitting here trying to justify flying the Israeli flag and unconditional support for Israel. We must condemn these attacks. We must stand with the oppressed. We must help to free Palestine.
Thank you. Next, we have Edward Wiseman, Beth Harris, and Yuval Grossman.
Yeah, I come in support of this resolution, and everybody who's paid attention to the news knows of the horrific events that transpired on October 7th in southern Israel. Unlike some, I was not energized or exhilarated by the behavior of the terrorists across the border to murder, rape, torture, and mutilate civilians, including the elderly, women, and children, and to kidnap many of them to serve as hostages in Gaza. This was the action of monsters. Large numbers of dead people in Israel are still unidentifiable because of what Hamas terrorists did to their bodies during the attack. Hamas has stated clearly and unequivocally that it will continue to fight to eliminate the state of Israel. It calls for the creation of an Islamic state. Israel is in a war with an enemy that is intent on its destruction and on the murder of Jewish people and are holding Americans hostages. In March of 2022, this body passed a resolution in support of Ukraine in its war against Russia. Under the current circumstances, it's highly appropriate that this body pass this resolution in support of the state of Israel in its current war with Hamas. I urge you to pass this resolution. And I would also be very interested in knowing how many of you voted in favor of displaying the Ukrainian flag in these chambers, and who now oppose the flying of the Israeli flag. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Beth Harris and Yuval Grossman.
I am a Jewish constituent of the Tompkins County Legislature. Okay. And I believe in universal human rights. When Shauna Black issued her one-sided statement showing our loyalty to Israel as a county, it was extremely painful to me because both it lacked context And also it created an invisibility of the Palestinians, Muslims, and Arabs in this city and left them, vulnerable to attack in multiple ways. And I think it also opened the opportunity for another legislator to write this resolution that concluded with raising the Israeli flag at a time of genocide. It's just horrifying. At the end, he said that we should keep the flag as long as the conflict continues. So far, what Mizi calls the conflict has continued for 75 years, since Israel was declared a state on Palestinian land. The only way to end the conflict is to return the stolen land and create a political system of governance where the Palestinians can have full civil and political rights. As it stands now, the Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank are living under Israel's military rule. At the moment we speak, the Palestinians' military rulers are carrying out a genocide. They're attempting to annihilate or expel the entire Palestinian population. They've cut off access to water, food, electricity, and killed over 3,000 men, women, and children. Most of those killed were bombed while they were asleep in their beds in multi-story apartment buildings. The morgues in the hospital are so full that in some hospitals, they have to place the bodies in stacks in the hallways. In the midst of this carnage, Israel's rulers have ordered more than 1 million Palestinians to migrate from the northern half of the country to the south. This is in a completely devastated country. Imagine these hospitals with people stacked in the halls. The whole world is watching as the U.S. government is supporting this genocide, and we need to take a stand against our military support for the genocide, and our county should not be on the wrong side.
Thank you. Yuval Grossman, Ariel Johnson, and Thomas Dolan.
So my name is Yuval Grossman. I'm a dual citizen of Israel and US. I grew up in Israel and I moved to Ithaca in 2007. This period is one of the worst in my life. It reminded me the day that my father was killed in the war. I was 5 years old. I do remember it so vividly. It reminded me of my friend, Ronit Zarankin, who was living two houses down the street, where Palestinian terrorists came to my street, came to her house. She was second grader, and they killed her. And I saw the blood. That reminds me. When I see all this blood of my friends just down the road. Okay. I'm sorry, it's very personal. Previous said that many of us never been in a war. I was. I saw it all very first-handed. War is not the answer. We all should stand for peace. And if you are here stating that only Israel falls, you are supporting war. It's Hamas false and it's Israel false. It's everybody. If you cannot stand up and say that what Hamas did is the worst thing ever, then you are not standing for peace. It's very personal for me, and I'm sorry if my voice is not standing to where I want it to be. It's not Jewish versus Arabs. It's not Israeli versus Palestinian, okay? So many Palestinian friends of mine. My friend from Nazareth, when I talked to him, what he said, I'm so ashamed that they did as if They did it for me. They didn't. They don't represent me, okay? And I do know so many of you, and here I'd be happy to talk in Arabic to all of you, okay? This is not the answer. Stop blaming us. Let's work for peace. It's not Israel versus the Palestinian. It's Hamas versus other bad people. So I'm very disappointed that this body could not say the trivial thing, that what Hamas did is awful. You should have stand up and said, this is really bad. And I really thank those of you who actually did stand for us and stand for peace. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ariel Johnson. I've lived in Ithaca for 6 years, and I'm Jewish, and my mother lived in Israel for a year. I have extended family in Israel, and I love and support the Israeli people, but I do not love and support many of the actions of the Israeli state. And I just want to draw a clear distinction there between the Jewish people, the Israeli people, and the Israeli state. And I think that to put the flag of the Israeli state in this chamber is very different than supporting Israeli and Jewish people. So I would say if you're going to have any resolution here, I would want one that is centered on the innocent people who are caught in this conflict, and that calls for an immediate ceasefire and for humanitarian aid to be available to those in the conflict. Thank you.
Thank you. Thomas Dolan.
Hello. For context, because it seems as though many here have only been paying attention to this conflict for the last week, but as many others have said, this has been going on for 75 years. But even in recent history, in 2018, Palestinians had a peaceful protest in Gaza. They peacefully marched to the wall because they do live in an open-air prison. And what happened? Israeli snipers and IDF shot at them, wounding 8,000 and killing 200. Before this conflict started this year, over 200 Palestinians were already killed, many of them unarmed, and many of them children. So I disagree that this body can't do anything because, as many others have said, our tax dollars are going to directly fund this genocide and ethnic cleansing. Janet Yellen, just today, said that, we can support 2 wars. We can continue giving billions to Ukraine, and now we can give even more money to Israel. The most destructive and powerful military in the world is directly aiding and abetting ethnic cleansing and genocide. Within this past week, more bombs have been dropped on Gaza than the United States did in 1 year during Afghanistan. I was very young during that conflict. I was only 6 years old during the Iraq War, but I'm sure that many people recognize the rhetoric, the Islamophobia that I have seen over this past week is just incredible. And what this body can do is unequivocally say, end the ceasefire, end the Israeli occupation, and end U.S. military aid to Israel. I yield my time.
Thank you. Rabbi Shifra Tobakman, Andrew Curtis, and Mona Solzman.
My name is Rabbi Shifra Tobakman. I live in Dryden. I serve a community in Lansing. I want to be really clear that I'm here speaking only for myself. The truth is that my feelings and my beliefs about this particular conflict are so complicated, are so big, that the ways that I'm feeling this, like so many people, and particularly so many Jews of every political persuasion, are enormous and hard to describe. I am not going to pretend that I have an answer for all of that I can say to you in 3 minutes. But I do want to say this. I came here tonight because when I read the resolution, the way that it was written, I was deeply disturbed. And the reason that I was so deeply disturbed is because I felt that it wasn't about supporting all of the people of Tompkins County. I felt that in a time such as this, when the likelihood, the risk, the increased risk of both Islamophobic and anti-Semitic acts of violence in the U.S. are heightened, that what we need, what I want from my county legislature, is not to take a side, put up a flag, but rather to, if anything, make a compassionate statement on behalf of all involved, and make a compassionate statement on behalf of all of the residents of this county, and not put up a flag. Because it is too easily conflated, a flag. It is too easily conflated with however people feel about that flag and that issue, and in particular this one. So I'm very grateful that you pulled the resolution, at least for now, to think more carefully. And I'm grateful that the majority of people on this council did choose to do that tonight. So thank you for that. May peace prevail.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Andrew Curtis. I've lived in Ithaca for about 4+ years now, and I also have family in the area, so I'm tied to the community. But before I start, I just want to reiterate some points that others have made. So I do think, I agree that it's important to say something. I don't think that a statement or a resolution coming from this body is inconsequential. I think it's very important that we speak out against the ongoing genocide. And then also to Maddie Halbert's point about suggesting to write in a future resolution a letter to Gillibrand and Senator Schumer to support ceasefire legislation, particularly the legislation written by Representatives Cori Bush and Rashida Tlaib recently. As someone who's committed to the protection and realization of human rights of all, Palestinian and Israeli alike, and stands staunchly against the loss of life, I disagree with the proposed statement in the support of the State of Israel as proposed by the Tompkins County Legislature. Let me tell you why. No individual aware of the plight of the Palestinians throughout the last 75 years and supports their cause is applauding the taking of hostages or innocent lives. But when those who support the State of Israel prefer to fixate on only the violence perpetrated by an organization like Hamas, we know what they are really saying when they ask this question. They care not for the lives of innocents or the preservation of human rights, since if they did, they would have been voicing this concern for the Palestinians. Despite numerous war crimes being perpetrated against the Palestinians, both current and past, despite the brazen disregard for international law and basic humanity, despite the siege of Gaza, which has prevented food, medicine, desalination plants, and any form of development for those living under Israeli occupation, despite forcible relocation and casual state-sanctioned murder by the Israeli state, quote, mowing the grass, despite the median age of any given Gazan being 18 years, despite all these crimes which amount to an apartheid state, according to Amnesty International, the Tompkins County Legislature, as the resolution currently stands unamended, fails to acknowledge these conditions. They fixate on the condemnation of any retaliation, as brutal and wrong as it may be, from these conditions and go no further, because otherwise it would lay bare the obvious state of ethnic cleansing that Israel has been involved in. It also strategically shifts the moral onus exclusively on those who have been brutalized and occupied for almost a century and pins the conversation towards a situation in which the lives of Palestinians are ignored. I'm under no illusions about the various political persuasions that make up the county legislature, and I know that many of you vehemently disagree with many of the things I've said. But just really briefly, some concrete things that I would suggest moving forward is do not raise the Israeli flag, and to include language that explains the critical context needed for people to truly understand the situation. And then lastly, and I think this is something that we can all agree with, to include language to have an immediate ceasefire and stop all violence. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Mona Solzman, Ruth Collins, and Haya Nova.
Thank you for this opportunity. First, I want to reiterate, please call for a ceasefire. That is number one. I'm 2 years older than the state of Israel. Until I was in my early 50s, my American mind and my American Jewish mind were occupied. A lot of people here have brought up history and very often the plight of children. How many people here know that how many Palestinian children are in Israeli prisons? Children, Palestinian children, go to Israeli prisons. They are arrested when they're playing, when they're in school, wherever they are. And when Palestinians, children and grown-ups, are arrested in Israel, they are convicted 99% of the time because they are not tried in a civil court. How many of you know that? You probably don't. They are tried in a civil court, in a military court, I'm sorry. They're tried in a military court, and they are almost always convicted. And these children are taken blindfolded, beaten, and tortured in Israeli prisons. The education system in Israel is controlled by the military. We in the United States don't have enough money for universal child care. We don't have enough money for universal health care. But what do we do with our money? It goes to bombing Palestinian schools and Palestinian homes, and we have a massive homeless crisis here. There are some of the historical things were already brought up, but how many of you people know that in 2005, when Gaza was separated, but from the rest of the Palestinians and from the rest of Israel and from the rest, from the rest of the world, Netanyahu had to justify that plan to other Israelis and other Israeli officials. It was controversial because there were settlers there, and they were going to be putting Gaza on a starvation diet and more. And what he said was, well, don't worry. This is just, are you ready? A temporary solution until and you can fill in the rest. Another point of history is that history tells us that an oppressed people will fight their oppressor for their liberation. And it is also a universal human right, an international law, that an occupied population has the right, even with arms, to fight for their liberation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Ruth Collins, Haya Novik, and Ethan Ulmer.
Hello. So I actually come to you today to talk about the developmental disabilities and to encourage everyone in the legislature to incorporate that into our Tompkins County programs. However, I think also it's an example of how this conversation takes away from our local priorities, and the business of our local politicians is not necessarily to have these kinds of resolutions that impact on the Middle East. I don't think it's helpful, and I think it takes away from this inclusion, not just developmental disabilities, but the civil rights of the people living here in Tompkins County, the civil rights, as you've heard, from Jewish individuals in the Jewish community. And we know that whenever there is a conflict in the Middle East, there is a concomitant rise in anti-Semitism globally, and that's a serious concern for many of us in this community. In addition, as a scientist, I want to say nobody is immune to propaganda. And what you hear here, a lot of it is sort of a totalitarian, influenced, conspiratorial thinking that really is so unhelpful, and it doesn't achieve anything, and it's really, so I don't know how we can restore civil society and establish facts, because facts do matter, and some of the rhetoric that we're hearing is impacting. I'm sorry, I'm not explaining myself, but it is really not helpful for the kinds of science that brings us vaccines, that brings us all the advances that we need to keep going. And that's my concern when we give so much time to ideology and not into practical things that benefit people. Thanks.
Thank you.
Chaya Nova.
Hello, I'm Chaya Novak, and I'm actually a second-generation Holocaust survivor for real. Both my own parents are Holocaust survivor, my husband's parents are Holocaust survivor. And I guess the first thing that struck me is how people use words like genocide, like ethnic cleansing, and I ask myself, do they really know what they're talking about them? To ascribe them to Israel at the same time as to the Nazis, it's really wrong. It's not moral to do it. They have no idea. I know it personally. The other thing that I was going to say is that I'm really taken by the compassion towards everybody really in the conflict. But what strikes me is that, again, and that's maybe because of my perspective, you know, of years and history of my parents, that people don't want to recognize evil. We all tend to think that the world functions according to values, and that the good wins. And if we will only serve the good, we'll all be better off. Well, that's exactly what Chamberlain thought. But we needed a Churchill to fight the war. If you would have a rocket in your own home with children around you, go again from your kitchen home, go against someone else, what would you do? And so I think that, to me, it's a point to recognize evil. It's not about the Palestinian. Years ago when I lived in Israel, and yes, I walked through war. My first boyfriend died in the Yom Kippur War when he was trying to defend the north of Israel. I know what it's like. And so the first thing, and as a school teacher, the first thing that we did, and I was very young then, is adopt an Arab village, because we recognize we have to live together. That's not a war between Israel and the Palestinians. That's a war against Hamas. That's an evil organization that is trying to destroy Israel and is trying to destroy the Western world. They don't behave according to the moral of the Western world, and it tries to instill those. So please, when you evaluate it, remember that. And just one last thing about the Israeli left. I was always on the Israeli flag. I was always on the left side. But for me, when my parents came to Israel, they kissed the ground because there was one place that would accept Jews. And so the idea that there is a place, that there is a flag, here we pledge allegiance to the flag, whether we are left or right or I don't know what else. It's the flag of the United States of America. It's a flag of a free country. Israel, if you have a flag, you're not pledging to to a certain group, you are pledging basically to the right of the Jewish people to exist. And that's what I'm here for.
Thank you. Ethan Ulmer, Mary Lear, and Zoe Bernstein.
I'm appalled by all the lies and the hate speech that was brought forward by many of the speakers today. Many of my friends took their names off the docket because they're terrified. I'm shaking. I'm terrified. But I'm going to continue. Hamas is a terror organization. They are not freedom fighters. Hamas rapes innocent women. Hamas indiscriminately murders hundreds of innocent civilians. Hamas burns down homes while families are trying to hide from them. Hamas kidnaps babies from their parents and holds them hostage. Has it been verified? Yes, it has. Look at the pictures. Watch the videos. The world must recognize what Hamas is: a barbaric terror organization with as little care for their own people's lives as the lives of their enemy. Hamas is ISIS. Just like ISIS, Hamas is engaged in torture methods such as rape, mutilation, and decapitation. Just like ISIS, Hamas has engaged in psychological warfare by recording and spreading their massacres on social media. Hamas terrorists even went as far as recording themselves murdering a woman on her phone and posting it on her Facebook wall. Has it been verified? Yes, it has. Watch the videos. It is sickening. Watch the GoPros of the terrorists who shot elderly people in their communities. Holocaust survivors as well, yes. Make no mistake, Hamas is not a group of freedom fighters. Hamas is a group of bloodthirsty terrorists with no regard for human life. This is also not about both sides. Every single life that has been lost is the fault of Hamas. Israel does its very best to protect the lives of every civilian. You can keep on laughing, keep on sneering. What is a human rights violation is hiding behind hospitals, schools, and residential buildings, including bombing a hospital that was just confirmed by an Al Jazeera video that was done by Islamic Jihad, not by an Israeli airstrike. It will be confirmed. It is confirmed. That is Hamas. That is who you're supporting. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mary Lear, Zoe Bernstein, and Marianne Grady-Flores.
Good evening. I'm a very shy person. This is the first time I've ever spoken in public. Thank you, Shauna, for speaking from your heart and opening the space for such an emotional issue. Thank you for also listening to, you alluded to training and that you learned more things and realized that you had to withdraw the petition. So thank you for that. I want to speak to the space of us listening to each other. I hope that we are listening to each other. And I love what many of my friends and neighbors have said, and especially Rabbi Shifra. Thank you so much. I echo what Beth Harris said, that I would not support the flag in this legislature. I teach English to adults from around the world. I have students from Ukraine. I've had many students from Ukraine, and I hear their stories, and they're awful. And I actually don't support having the Ukrainian flag in the legislature either. I agree that what Hamas did was horrible, and it's sickening. And what I hear, and I have been to Israel and Palestine, what I hear is that both sides want to feel safe. I know Haya, and thank you for speaking, Haya. You said it's about where can Jews be safe. That was spoken by Maddie also. And Arabs and Palestinians also want to be safe, as we all do. The United States is spending a lot of money supporting Israel. Those are our taxes. I actually don't pay my federal taxes. I take the risk of that because I don't want my taxes paying for war. And I encourage other people to look into that if you don't want your taxes paying for war. That's it. Thank you very much. Thank you for your service.
Thank you. Zoe Bernstein, Marianne Grady Flores, and Rod Hassad.
10 days ago, my brothers and sisters in the Israel Defense Forces have seen the mutilation of the bodies of women, beheaded children, families murdered in their beds, terrorists taking people's phones and live streaming beheadings and murders, burning people's homes and trying to burn them alive in their own homes, and kidnapping elderly Holocaust survivors and many others into the Gaza Strip. In one of these communities, they tied the hands of 20 toddlers behind their backs, beat them almost to death, and burned them alive in a large flame. These are only to name just a few of the atrocities that were committed. The last time these kinds of horrors were committed towards Jews was during the Holocaust, when 6 million men, women, and children were brutally murdered. 6 million. 80 years ago, Hitler and the Nazis stood before the world and accused the Jews of being the root of the cause of the world problems. After these atrocities were committed 10 days ago, the SJP actually at my university and many in this room have argued that Israel is at fault for these atrocities, that the Zionists are the one who are to blame for the blood. They hold the Israeli state accountable for these atrocities. These were heartless, barbaric, disgusting, and inhumane attacks on innocent civilians. There is no justification for the outright murder of innocent civilians. These were not casualties of war. These were not casualties of a response to unprovoked violence. When the IDF responds to acts of terror such as these, it makes sure to avoid the killing of innocent civilians as much as possible. They drop leaflets, they warn civilians to move in order to not harm them. Sadly, it cannot always be avoided, and I acknowledge that. The other side made killing civilians its priority. This was a pogrom, an act of genocide. This resolution is in support of an ally, a state which has showed efforts for peace and reconciliation. The other side has not. Do any of you know what genocide means? Here's the definition. It is the deliberate killing of a large number of people from a particular nation or ethnic group with the aim of destroying that nation or group. Hamas, in its very charter, champions just that against Jews. The Palestinians in the Strip celebrated the acts of Hamas on video, confirmed. What more unequivocal support of terror is there? I stand here with my Jewish brothers and sisters in a state of despair. The sentiments of 1933 are ringing in our ears once again today. The fact that we Jews have suffered the greatest loss of civilian life that our people has had since the gas chambers and concentration camps of Europe, and there is a backlash against support for us, is just outright scary. By attributing the blame after such an act of terror to the Jewish state and not condemning these acts forcefully and unequivocally, you are justifying the murder of Jews. All who do this are complacent in the justification of terror, anti-Zionism, anti-Semitism, and Jew hatred. No human should ever stand for this. Just last week, Hamas leaders have called for a day of jihad against Jews. NYC was on terror watch as the threats were deemed real and legitimate. Just as a point of order, right, you guys all went above, so stop.
You have 10 seconds, please.
You stand here and justify the murder of Jews and condone violence in the name of the Palestinian movement. You think you can hide behind it to mask your anti-Semitism. You can't. Anyone who hears your words knows where it stems from. Just because some Jews have fallen for propaganda and lies doesn't justify your position. We've already been abandoned for so much of history. Help change that. Be on the right side of history. Don't let it start to repeat itself. Do better than the past generation. Do better.
Thank you. I just want to take a little bit of a break here because we have 5 more speakers, and quite honestly, I have been extremely impressed. I know that this is an emotional topic for so many of us, and I feel like people have been respectful in this room, and I want to thank you all. Let's get through these 5 speakers. This has been a safe space for all of us so far, and I want to make sure that we finish that tonight. Next is Marianne Grady-Flores.
Yes, hi. Thank you for giving me a moment, and thank you for all of you and your service on the Tompkins County Legislature. My family's been here for 50 years. This August 22nd, we moved here in '73. I come as one of the Ithaca Catholic workers, and many of you may know of our actions for peace and also trying to serve our local community. We have a house of hospitality, and I know some of you personally. So I just wanted to say I grew up in the Bronx. I grew up among Jewish Holocaust survivors. My neighbors, the Gattels on the 5th floor, had the numbers imprinted on their arms. I learned how to keep a kosher kitchen, and I took my next-door neighbors' children to shul every Wednesday. And then as an adult, married with children, I lived in Kew Garden Hills, where every block in my neighborhood had many synagogues, and I loved the traditions of Shabbat, where everything shut down on Friday night till Saturday night. I go to the temple here in Ithaca because I love Scripture. I love the traditions of our Judeo-Christian, focusing on the words of the prophets. And the prophet Isaiah asks for us to beat our swords into plowshares and spears into pruning hooks and to study war no more. So as a Bronx Catholic kid, I never heard about the Palestinians' plight. And shamefully, it didn't happen until about 2000. But when I did, I got to go to live. Well, first of all, I went with, as my Irish father would say, with a bunch of Puerto Ricans, 3 Puerto Ricans, 1 Irish woman. We went over in 2007 to a nonviolent conference, and my eyes were opened to what occupation looks like. And then I went to live in 2008 and to study Arabic. I was the worst in the class. I was one of the old ladies in the class. Everybody else was doing so much better than I. But what I wanted to say is that this week, my heart has been exploding with grief, as I know so many of you have. And Shauna, I want to thank you for your genuine tears of grief for the mothers of Gaza. The fact that Israel has been demanding the Gazans, 2.2 million, or those that are in the northern half, to go to the south, and then to hear the tapes of people that are reporting and saying, we're in the south, and they are bombing us. I am sorry I cannot find the email from Professor Mazen Kwamsaye, who's in Bethlehem, who reported, as I came here, I opened the email, 4 hospitals have been bombed, 500 people in the one hospital which is run by the Baptists. Thank you for opening the safe space for us to hear one another. I don't agree that we should put the Israeli flag up. No way. Because of the hostage taking of Gaza for 16 years. It's not just this week. Gazan children, West Bank children are in prisons. They are being held hostage with no trial, no charges. I'll just finish by reading this one sentence. What both the unconditional supporters of Israel and the more liberal-headed or level-headed liberals fail to understand, and what the structural perspective reveals, is that the dead in Israel and the dead in Gaza are ultimately both victims of the Israeli occupation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Radwa Saad.
Hi. I'd like to, first of all, thank this council for revoking the resolution. And I'd like to echo some of what the members of the session have been saying. Words matter. What we say and the language that we use in this very chamber has direct implications both for Muslims and Jews living in Ithaca's community, two groups who have historically and intimately known what the violent effects of Islamophobic and anti-Semitic rhetoric looks like on their material life. Make no mistake, the murder of the 6-year-old American-Palestinian child is a direct outcome of committees like this consistently equating all Palestinian resistance with terrorist support, of using the words barbaric and Islam as synonyms, of unverified and false propaganda being spread by the media, both by local and federal politicians. This morning, one of the few hospitals left in Gaza was bombed to ashes. 500 people murdered in a few seconds. A hospital that was already operating on life support, functioning without electricity, water, or fuel. A hospital where hundreds of displaced people were taking refuge in this tiny strip of land that ran out of space to bury their dead bodies, almost half of which are children. You don't have to be an Arab or a Muslim to understand that what is happening in Gaza, what has been happening in Gaza, is unjustifiable and not sustainable. And you don't have to be an Israeli or Jewish or Jew to feel empathy for the elderly, for the children who are killed, and who continue to be held hostage by Hamas. But we need to move beyond visceral reactions to violence and endorse principled and historically informed responses that acknowledge the root causes of the current situation and prevent its reproduction. Israel is a colonial, settler, apartheid state. Fact, point blank, period. Pick up any human rights report and it will tell you this. And if we've learned and we've understood anything from history, is that you can never have an occupier without having an armed resistant front that is meeting and fighting against the oppression. And you can never have an occupation without innocent civilians being killed on both sides. We only need to look to the IRA rising against British imperialism, the Algerians rising against the French, the ANC rising against white South African apartheid, the indigenous population of the US rising against settlers. What have these lessons taught us? What has history taught us? Zionist supporters will tell you that there can be no peace until Hamas is dismantled. What they fail to understand is Hamas is neither the beginning nor the end of this crisis. Hamas was only created in 1987, when peaceful resistance means failed. It is absurd to think that the next generation of orphan children in Gaza, who have been rendered invisible by the international community unless Hamas fires a rocket, will not pick up arms to exercise the legal right to resist the occupation by any means necessary in the future. Get rid of Hamas, but the conflict isn't going away. We need a resolution that demands electricity, fuel, and water is immediately returned to Gaza, but that's not enough. We need a resolution that demands an immediate ceasefire. That's not enough. We need to lift the walls on the world's largest open-air prison and let the Gazan people breathe. But that's not enough. We need to talk about an end of the occupation in the West Bank, and that's not enough. We need to end apartheid, the legal and political systems of apartheid, and demand equal rights for Israelis and Palestinians before the law. And even that's not enough. We need a state that is neither Muslim nor Jewish, but a secular democratic state where Palestinians and Jews can live side by side in dignity. This has happened before, and it can happen again. Until then, we can't give up on the Palestinians.
Thank you. Jennifer Herzog, Linda Glacier, and Aran Shmuley.
Hi. I'm a third-generation Holocaust survivor. The vast majority of my mother's family was murdered 10 years before I was born by Nazis. People who hold the same exact motivating value as Hamas, that Jews should be fully exterminated from Earth. I currently have no living family members left. 0. I have no bloodline whatsoever. Gee, thanks, genocide. As I assume everyone in this room knows, the opposite of pro-choice is not pro-life. It is anti-choice. You wrote a resolution calling for peace and condemning the senseless murder of Palestinian and Israeli civilians. This resolution is pro-peace. If one is opposed to adding this pro-peace resolution, then one has either not read it or one is saying they are anti-peace. One who is opposed to a resolution that condemns the innocent deaths of Palestinians and Jewish civilians living in the Middle East is not pro-Palestinian. They are anti-Palestinian and certainly vehemently anti-peace. They are opposed to condemning the deaths of innocent civilian Palestinian and Israeli lives. They are opposed to condemning the fact that Hamas shoots Arabs point blank. Opposing this resolution publicly and proudly states that you are in favor of the deaths of innocent Palestinians and Israelis. Can you imagine meeting someone who decides whether or not to publicly condemn an innocent baby's murder or a raped, dead, naked woman being dragged through the streets based solely on their religion and nationality and ethnicity? Whew. To me, that sounds like something only bigots do. If that were my thought process, I would ask myself, am I fighting for Palestinian lives or against Jewish lives? Because, again, Hamas enjoys killing Palestinians and Jews with equal indiscriminate fervor and reckless abandon. Hamas cares about Palestinian lives exactly as much as it cares about Jewish lives, which is to say not at all. Exterminating Palestinians from Earth may not be an explicit part of Hamas's charter in the same way that exterminating all Jews from Earth is an explicit part of their published charter, but make no mistake about it, Hamas loves murdering innocent Palestinians. It's truly their second favorite hobby next to murdering Jews. And lastly, when you were voting earlier to scrap this resolution, one person spoke about whether or not this resolution would make any difference in this war and be heard by the people who need to hear it. Well, perhaps it's the Jews of Ithaca who need to hear that our city cares as much about the deaths of innocent Jews as it does about the deaths of all other innocent people. Perhaps that would give us some resolve during this painful time, as we all have family and friends who are missing or murdered last week, and for many of us, it's been the most gut-wrenching, personally grief-stricken week of our lives. We have been grieving every minute of every day, every waking day since last Saturday, and trust me, we have not slept a wink. Not a wink. I encourage my county legislature to be resolute in your commitment to saying that yes, Ithaca is progressive and therefore is pro-peace and not anti-peace, pro-all civilian lives and not against them. Thank you. Oh, it was 3 minutes. Perfect.
Thank you. Linda Glasser and Aran Shmuley.
So I grieve with you at the deaths of every person, Palestinian and Israeli. This war is horrible. War is horrible. But the deaths lie at the feet of Hamas, who cares as little about Palestinian lives as Jewish lives. They put rocket emplacements in mosques and hospitals and schools, which means international law allows them to be attacked because they are no longer protected. Hamas knows that the more Palestinians who die, the more people who hate Jews and Israelis. I've heard so much misinformation here tonight that it's really hard to listen to. Lots of buzzwords flying around where people don't know what the definitions of them are. And that's really hard for me to hear. Please imagine that the brutal attack of Hamas had been on the U.S. The equivalent number of people who would have been killed is 45,000. 100,000 people injured. That's the equivalent. And I ask you, would you have continued to provide resources for the people who attacked you? Israel's response was very understandable. I don't support people suffering at all. But to call Gaza an open-air prison when Israel withdrew from Gaza unilaterally with no conditions, it is Hamas who has made it a prison. It is Hamas who brutalizes the people in Gaza, not the Israelis. And it is so hard for me to hear people talk tonight about resistance is great and it's justified and Israel is evil. Because I'll tell you what resistance is. And before 1987, I'm sorry, I've not been in a war, but I very narrowly escaped with my life from a suicide bomber in Tel Aviv bus station when I was in Israel. That was the kind of resistance that was then, and it's still now. These are people, Islamists, who are really interested in killing Jews and claiming that it is for a political reason. In this country, we have civil rights because of a protest movement that was peaceful. That is how you accomplish things, right? Excuse me. I would like to keep speaking. And I understand that people have very strong feelings, and there's a lot of pain and suffering to go around. I don't want to tit for tat, oh, ours is worse, yours is better. But I want to make very clear that the Jews of Ithaca are suffering today in terror because Hamas's goal, their origin is with the Muslim Brotherhood, which was allied with the Nazis. There's a direct line from the Nazis to Hamas. We are scared. We are experiencing the trauma of the Holocaust now, today, in Ithaca, as people justify the acts of Hamas. So this resolution that calls for peace and calls out the horror of both Palestinian and Israelis dying is not a horrible thing for our county to support. We support Ukraine, but we're not going to support Israel. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. And we have one more speaker, Aran Shmuley.
Shmuley, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for this opportunity to speak. I'm an Israeli. When I was in high school, I've been in a summer camp called Seeds of Peace with other Palestinians, and Egyptians, and Jordanians talking about the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. And I do want to say right off the bat what the opposition of this resolution didn't say. I and the vast majorities of Israelis do not support killing of innocent Palestinian civilians. And that's right, words do matter. Did anyone who opposed this resolution say that what Hamas did was disgusting? Anyone? I didn't hear that. Since I heard a lot of people talk about international law and genocide, I have a couple of tests. They're not originally my own, for whether people know what they're talking about when they're talking about Hamas. Anyone who says that Hamas are, okay, bad guys, doesn't know what they're talking about. And you will hear that being said quite a lot. They don't know. They don't know what it's like to be mutilated and tortured and raped at gunpoint, including children. They don't know what it's like to see parents and kids executed in front of their family members, who themselves were the victims of the subsequent attacks and offenses. They don't know what it's like to see babies decapitated. They don't know what it's like to be tied together in piles of 10 with the rest of the town kids. Imagine Ithaca. The rest of the town kids, and be set on fire while they're still alive. They don't know what it would be like, after all that, to be one of the lucky ones, lucky enough to not get shot in the face like the rest, and instead being taken into Gaza as a hostage and paraded in the streets. They don't know what it would be like to see Hamas coming over the horizon, and surely to know what is about to take place. They don't know what it's like to see the existence of entire communities abolished, making them part of Hamas's Gaza for just some time, and showing all of us, revealing to us, allowing us to see for the very first time what this Palestinian state would be like under their control, under Hamas's control. I want to just take a moment, since we are very interested in the downtrodden and the helpless. Think how they must have begged them. Imagine how they must have pleaded. Imagine for how long. Imagine how they must have prayed, how they must have besieged heaven. Imagine for hours, and no answer, nothing. Imagine how those children must have felt. Imagine how they must have thought when they saw one of their own dead. No one seriously dares to try and say, to try and claim, this is what Israel is now doing in Gaza. This is a moral inversion. This suicidal organization proved exactly what it is capable and what it wants. We lived at these men's permission for a long time. We lived by their warrant. Only their stupidity allowed us to be as complacent as we were up until now. And despite the ridicule, despite the incompetence, despite the failures, despite the disappointments, despite the errors, this decision to move the Palestinian people and the region into a post-Hamas era will stand as one of the greatest decisions for both Israelis and Palestinians. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have one more speaker this evening, and then we will take a short recess. That's Claire Grady.
Thank you. I didn't come with prepared remarks, but I have listened carefully to everyone, and I feel your shaking and your terror, and the speakers over here, and the terror and heart of other speakers here. I'm 65 years old this year, and I've spent most of my life resisting U.S. war crimes around the world. I am ashamed to say that I didn't know the term settler colonialism until I was in my 50s. Since then, if we put on the lens that understands what settler colonialism is, it is drenched in blood and war. It has to be enforced. I want to share a tiny little story of going to Iraq in 1999. At that point, U.S. Catholic bishop was saying there is humanitarian, there are 5,000 children being killed every month because of the U.S. enforced sanctions, U.S. and British enforced sanctions. They were using the word in the UN, genocide, at that time. Perhaps some people here are too young to remember that. I had young children. The thought of clean water being denied, so the bombing in '91 of the United States military, 42 or 43 days and nights, targeting the water purification, the sewage treatment, and electrical, all war crimes, was anticipated with defense intelligence reports that said, when you target those things, millions of civilians will die, the elderly, the young, and the sick. That was premeditated war, and the killing of millions. I want to put that in perspective as if we should be weeping nonstop for the blood that is on our hands. And there's a chapter in Luke's gospel that says, before you look at the speck in your brother's eye, look at the log in your own. I want to repent for what is done, the bloodshed in my name, and $3.3 million of military aid. Only 3.3% is spent on humanitarian aid in Israel. That's the kind of money that we give, and that has consequence on the county level and to every one of us, and it's every one of us responsibility to resist that kind of bloodshed. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, I just want to thank everyone who came here tonight. I know it has not, we've had some hard conversations, and I want to thank you all for being respectful of each other. We're going to take a 15-minute break. Thank you.
So we went to dinner, and I had leftover dinner, so I ate that right before you.
Okay. If we could make our ways back to the seats, please, so that we can continue on our agenda this evening. We're going to start with legislator privilege of the floor. Lee Shirtliff.
Bear with me for just a second. I'd prepared some remarks earlier in anticipation that the resolution that was offered, pulled back, and re-offered would have come forward. And I saved those notes. I've kind of abbreviated them, and I just want to offer some of my perspective given the last 2 hours here. It won't surprise any of my colleagues here that I don't often see these chambers as the place to debate state, national, or international issues, and I think I've made that clear on some of the resolutions that have come back. But in that respect, I've usually been in the minority, and I accept that, because whatever the issue may be, it's usually one of importance or consequence to our citizens or the institution that is Tompkins County. The Ukrainian flag up front. There's an example that maybe the sentiment embodied here was one of unanimity, but that shouldn't impede this body's will to call out the atrocities and cruel injustices that were directed last week toward an ally, a country, a religion, a people, a race, and a homeland to many who have ties and are within this community. And I began to support this resolution because of some of the comments that came out within the community, and they've been well broadcast across the international and national news. They described the attacks as exhilarating and energizing. I heard references made to the defenses as being resistance. Made me think back a little bit to 2001 when I was your director of emergency response, and I was tasked with putting together ambulance crews to go to New York City during the rescue exercise. And had anybody termed our role and our defense's role at the time as being resistance, I'd have been taken back then. And what's come to mind to me since these attacks is the words I would describe them are barbaric, evil, inhumane. And I'm not merely troubled, concerned, or disappointed. I'm outraged at what I saw happen last week, as anyone with what I think would be humanity would be. All I can say is that going into this tonight, I felt that a statement here, or even a symbolic action by this body, doesn't have to prescribe what the response to these events could be, but what it can do is convey a sense of our collective and unmitigated outrage for the acts of depravity that occurred. That's where I was when I started. That's where I am right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee. Anyone else for legislator privilege of the floor? Mike Lane.
Shauna, I really want to thank you for both of your messages. The personal statement you made a few days ago and the one you made tonight. I think they are both spot on. I'm glad we heard from the public tonight, because this is something that has upset our community, and there's no question about it. And I hope that we will do something after some more consideration. I stand with the democracies of this world, and I think the United States stands with the democratic state of Israel.
Thank you, Mike. Veronica, and then Greg.
Thank you. Let's see, I actually wrote notes and now I can't find them. I want to thank everyone who came and spoke. I know most of the commenters have gone home, but this is recorded, so I'll pretend you're all still here. And particularly thanks to those who shared painful personal experiences. Collectively, you all have laid out the information and the situation in Gaza and the history, both recent and long past. So for the most part, I'm not going to take this time to paint my own picture of the situation. But I will share a bit of my own story. Sometimes other legislators talk about their family, so I'll take a brief turn. Mike Sigler mentioned 9/11, September 11th, 2001, and I remember that too, and it was terrifying. I was, at the time, lived in Northern Virginia, and when I saw that the Pentagon was hit with a plane, I got very scared, started just crying in the middle of civics class because my parents worked at the CIA at the time, and I thought, well, if the Pentagon can get smashed into, can't the CIA? Like, that seemed suddenly very real, and it was terrifying to think that my parents might be hurt or killed, and even more terrifying for it to be just a huge surprise. And to think you might lose a family member in an untimely way, and not to mention actually losing one, is horrible regardless of how that loss or that fear of loss occurs, but it does hit differently emotionally when it's a surprise out of nowhere. Luckily, the CIA didn't get hit. My parents were fine. They continued their careers for an additional decade, and my dad continued into academia and then writing. He was an intelligence analyst for the CIA for most of this. After getting a PhD in politics with a thesis titled Negotiating Peace, at the height of his career, he was the National Intelligence Officer for the Near East and South Asia, which I can rattle off because that was his voicemail greeting at work when I was in high school. So he's been around the block in the realm of international conflict, of state intelligence in response to threats and attacks, and the conditions of a society or a state or a people that do or don't tend to lead towards certain outcomes. So after reading the resolution we're not considering anymore, after attending Sunday's Palestine Liberation Rally, after talking with colleagues on the legislature and colleagues elsewhere, and reading the news and reading public comments and reading more public comments and reading more emails, finally this afternoon I thought, hey, I should check in with my dad. So I did. I looked up to see if he was writing pieces on this, and he was, and then I gave him a call and brought up hey, for some reason weighing in on this issue has come to our doorstep. Do you have advice? And he did, and he sent me some more pieces, and that was helpful. And somewhat oddly, even though the pieces he sent describe horrible violence and oppression like we've been listening to, I felt calmer reading the first one of his, because he, to my mind, and of course caveat, I know him very well, so of course I trust the author, but he spoke clearly and reasonably and firmly rooted in historical perspective. And I'll give it, it's easier when you're you've been an academic writer for decades. I just want to mention 3 things that I learned from what he'd shared. One of the pieces was responding to accusations of intelligence failures on the part of Israel. And my dad said that actually what happened here was sort of par for the course for intelligence. It's very, very hard to predict the exact logistics of an attack. It's often easier to predict the risk of an attack from some group to another group. He said that instead, and here I'll quote, "The most basic failure in the Israeli government has been the perpetuation of occupation and suppression of Palestinian rights, including a suffocating blockade of the Gaza Strip, that perpetuates the kind of anger that, in turn, perpetuates violence, including the violence seen this month. This judgment does not require any detailed knowledge of communications within the Israel government. It is based on policies that are plain for all to see and on experiences elsewhere in the world when one ethnic or religious group oppresses another." This tracks with everything I've heard. And note, there is no judgment in that. There's no blame in that. There's just analysis. Secondly, he noted, and this also explains some things for me, that I've lost track of the death tolls, but Hamas killed a lot of Israeli citizens, probably other people, all at once on October 7th. Many more people have been killed since then. But he pointed out that leading up to this, from the beginning of 2015, after the big war in 2014, through August of this year, and here I'm quoting again, deaths from violence between Israelis and Palestinians totaled 1,595 Palestinians, along with 144 Israelis. Still quoting, but most of those earlier Palestinian casualties dribbled onto the tally sheet in weekly or daily encounters in which West Bank residents fell victim to the IDF or Israeli settlers. Being less notable, they did not deter a senior official from talking about quiet in the region, nor did they influence perceptions among the public, which is largely unaware of such deaths apart from the occasional brief mention on the inner pages of a few newspapers. And he's referring to the American public here. I can't speak to news in other places. And in contrast, of course, this attack all at once was huge, hit headlines, as it should. But the way in which we halfway around the world, as Shauna said, get the news is going to color our responses to it. And partly, our responses to it partly because of just the information that we get or don't get. And so I think that's useful to be aware of. And finally, he sent me a piece in the New York Times by Peter Beinart, who, among other things, was sort of comparing the apartheid and resistance thereof in Gaza now to the apartheid and resistance thereof in South Africa back then. And I don't know a lot about the struggles for freedom in South Africa, unfortunately. I'll educate myself. But there are many differences, and one difference that the author points out is that while there was violence in that struggle too, plenty of it, there were also efforts at ethical resistance, is what he says, such as calling for international boycotts and things, and they got traction in other countries around the world, and there was support for the ethical resistance to apartheid, and eventually it did end. Whereas the Palestinians, and I'm not speaking about Hamas here, just Palestinians and their allies throughout the world, have also made many attempts at various forms of ethical resistance to their apartheid. And for the most part, those don't get state traction. They get crushed and blocked. They'll get individual group traction. So, and again, analysis, not judgment, actually, lacking avenues for ethical resistance, it is not surprising that violent resistance arises. It is not surprising that a terrorist organization can, hold power and be nurtured by the situation that that Israel's maintaining. And finally, just to address in Tompkins County, our Palestinian residents and our Israeli residents and those in our community who love people in Gaza and Israel and Palestine. I hear your pain, your grief, your anger, and I think every single one of us at this table in this room hears your pain and your grief, your anger. I've learned recently a lot more about how trauma can root into your body, can take over the functions of your brain such that it's just harder to analyze, harder to think clearly. And this is some deep, deep global, generational, societal trauma, deeper than I can really imagine. And so we can't really expect anyone to just offer up a solution or problem solve very well under these conditions. I think also under these conditions, it's understandable that some of the commenters apparently couldn't hear or couldn't remember any of the clear condemnations of Hamas's actions spoken by opponents of the original resolution. It's a lot for a brain and a body to handle. Anyway, I'm not going to problem solve now, though I've made statements on my own time. And actually, I will say, Maddie, to your invitation for help writing a letter perhaps instead of a resolution, I would like to take you up on that. And I hope some of my colleagues will join me. I'll just close by saying, though, we try and sometimes succeed to analyze and compare and condemn violent actions. We cannot analyze or compare or condemn pain. I'm glad we had the space to hear so many of you speak your minds and your hearts. And I know this isn't the regular business of the legislature, but it was important, and I think it was addressing a real community need. So thank you, Shauna, for opening and holding the space, and thanks to all of you.
Thank you, Veronica. Next, I have Greg and then Travis.
I'll try to be as quick as possible. I think the last 2.5 hours was incredibly valuable and was incredibly informative. And I walked away with a lot of different perspectives that I think will help shape a viewpoint for future conversation around the issue. And that is our job. Our job is to sit here and to listen and to take information, to process that information, and then ultimately make the best decision for those that we can affect change on, or we can affect the life of, which is the residents of Tompkins County. There are two sides. There's many sides. There's multiple facets of each side. So it's a very complex issue. I don't regret putting this resolution forward because I do believe that it created an opportunity for this space to be held and the conversation to be had. I'm glad that we're going to take a step back and rethink how to support the decades-long issues that are happening in that region. And so I guess I would ask my colleagues as well to be open-minded, to remember this time here that we had today and how these national issues that sometimes we don't want to touch do affect the lives of our local residents. Because I think that that's something I understood, but I really didn't have the gravity sit with me until today of how these global issues really do have a large impact on our local community. So I think what we do here does matter. I have a sign on my desk from the Holocaust Memorial in DC that says what you do matters. And I keep that here because I do think what we do here matters. It matters on local issues, on national issues, on global issues. And there was a piece in here that seemed to be a big sticking point for many, which was the flag flying in the chambers. I took the lead from my colleagues who voted to support flying the Ukrainian flag in our chambers as a show of support for one of our allies. And that was one of the reasons why I included it there. As you know, I was not a supporter of flying the Ukrainian flag in our chambers. And I'm really not a supporter of flying any other flags but the American, the New York State, and the Tompkins County flag in our chambers. Because I think those are the only three flags that should have any place on our dais. Not because of our belief system or our values or anything like that, but because of the symbolism that flags can represent and the different symbolism that flags can represent to so many people. I keep a pride flag here on my desk because personally it has a lot of meaning to me. As a gay man, it's important that I share that and represent that. I think that our desks and our personal space are okay to make those kind of statements, but on our main dais, I don't think it is. I hope we'll hear the comments about what a flag means and what a flag means to many people. And also potentially take up reconsidering flying another country or another nation or another cause's flag on the dais of the chambers. So I appreciate you all for taking the time to wade through this tough issue and look forward to what's to come.
Thank you, Greg. Next is Travis Brooks.
Like my colleagues have said, I appreciate the bravery and the honesty and the openness of our community, willing to come and speak, willing to share. Some of them shared their personal experiences, their beliefs. It's not easy to do, as most of us know. These are folks that aren't elected to stand here and share these things, and they did with a lot of bravery, and I really appreciate that. All the different perspectives that were shared. I think one of the things that we don't really understand about terrorism, or we seem to forget, that the idea of it is to sow hatred, evilness, chaos, to division. And, you know, we're acting as if two things can't happen at the same time. You had the terrorist attack. It is what it is. It was horrific, and we should condemn those things at every turn. And we also have colonization. And I'm sitting here at a training, and it's at a reservation in Arizona. It's at a reservation in Arizona. There was indigenous land. People were forced into a reservation. Some of us don't stand when we do the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag for a variety of reasons. Two things can happen at one time. We can appreciate being here in this country and the opportunities that exist here. But we also can feel what has happened under that flag, what people have gone through under that flag. Things can exist, multiple things can exist at one time. And we have to be willing to accept that. And we have to be willing to have these conversations, as difficult as they might be, and hear each other, understand each other, and remember how parts of this world were formed, where people went in and they took land from other people that were there. That exists there. We're sitting in the chambers on indigenous land. They didn't give it to us, we took it. These things all can happen at the same time. So I do appreciate, Greg, that you did put this resolution forward. You've taken a lot of heat for it, but it raised a conversation that needed to happen in this community and gave people an outlet to share their concerns and their experiences. So I appreciate that, and I appreciate all of the colleagues on that floor. I wish I could be there and really feel the energy in this moment. Thank you, especially Shauna, for allowing this to happen tonight. I know that it was a tough decision, and I'm glad you made that decision that you made.
Thank you. Travis. Anyone else? Deborah Dawson, and then Rich John.
Thank you. I seem to be losing my voice. Sorry. So this was a very interesting experience. I still don't think that this legislature can and should take a stand on this. And I want to talk about the can part. What I heard tonight, a lot of fear on that side of the room, a lot of anger on this side of the room, a lot of talk about contextualization, a lot of discussion about 75 years of settler colonialism. And occupation, thank you. And not a heck of a lot about the millennia of persecution of Jews everywhere in the world. Not much mention of the Holocaust except from survivors. And I admit that I am not familiar with that 75-year history. I am, however, quite familiar with the Holocaust, the lead up to World War II, the ghettos in Poland, and the founding of Israel, which was just plunked down where it is by Western powers with absolutely no grasp of or sensitivity to the situation on the ground. I have a hard time equating those two things. That's my personal problem. But I think it's important. Several people mentioned that Hamas is not the Palestinians. Palestinians are not Hamas. American Jews and Israelis are not the Israeli government. I think we ought to all bear that in mind. For Israel, and for many Israelis living there, this attack from Hamas is yet another in a long string of existential crises. I don't think we, as Americans, can really understand what that feels like. I mean, Veronica mentioned, the somatic absorption of trauma. I mean, this is generational trauma. This is multi-generational trauma. I can't say that I can get behind blaming it all on Israel. I mean, they got plunked where they got plunked. They were confronted with an indigenous Palestinian population that no Arab country in that area wanted to take under their wing because Palestinians are much more valuable as a geopolitical playing card. Look at them, how they're suffering. Look at how badly Israel is treating them, which is not to say that none of that is true. But the point is, the Palestinians, in my opinion, have been victimized not only by Israel, not only by Hamas, but by the entire Arab community. And it was explained to me recently that part of the issue is that there are so many Christian Palestinians and none of the Arab countries want to take them. Anyway, there are just so many facets to this issue. And we're not on the ground. I mean, you can't even say it's bad to behead children and bomb hospitals without people screaming at you. I mean, how are we supposed to come up with a resolution that really fairly addresses this situation, which every power on earth has tried to solve for decades and hasn't been able to? Yeah, it matters what we think individually, but I don't think that it's possible for this body to come up with a resolution that would address all of our various viewpoints on this, and I don't know that even if we did, it would satisfy the wants and needs of our residents. I can't imagine us coming up with something that wouldn't piss somebody off. And I can't imagine coming up with something that would have any real impact on how this situation unfolds. I mean, I'm all about pushing for a ceasefire and helping civilians on both sides of the conflict, but I just don't see us solving the conflict. So, thanks.
Okay, so I have Rich John, and I just want to do a quick time check because it is 8:23, and we have a very full agenda. We have 3 executive session topics, and we have staff that have been here since 8 o'clock this morning. So I just want to put all the facts out there and see if we can speed some of this along a bit. Rich John.
A good point, Shauna. And I hesitate to speak because I think so much has been already said that I don't want to repeat that, but I would go back to a communication that Mike Sigler and I had earlier today, and he indicated that withdrawing the resolution would send a message that we were against the resolution. And I think there's some merit to that, in fact, somebody who got up said as much. And I don't think that really is the case. I think we're largely struggling with what is the appropriate language. What if we could say anything as a group, what would it be? And the amount of thought and time it would take to get there. And as Deborah has very clearly outlined, we don't have anything to say about this, really. You know, somebody got up and talked about United States tax policy, or several people did, and we don't control that. We don't control any international law or policy or anything else, and it's good that we don't, because we're really not as well informed as we should be if we were to undertake to do so. That's not our job, and we probably wouldn't be very good at it. Certainly, very, very bright minds have struggled with the Middle East for decades. And gotten to where we are now. With that said, I do want to make a brief record that I want to speak in support of Israel as a country. I don't want my vote saying withdraw this resolution to say they have no right to exist. I believe that they do. And it's important that we have a world with Israel in it. With that said, if I was a voter in Israel, I don't believe I would vote for the current political class that is running Israel, particularly because so many of their policies seem to be counterproductive to peace in the region. And since they were attacked in this awful way, there's been a lot of statements suggesting they're going to respond out of rage rather than a measured response and something that might lead to a better outcome. I don't know. We're yet to see where all this goes, but it's really terrifying. Finally, I just say that this was a long public comment today, and even though I think it's not the right place to have it, there really was merit in having it occur. And to some extent, it's the tragedy of, I think on a national level, our Congress is in collapse. And the idea that you could have a reasoned debate on a national level in our Senate and in our House just isn't true anymore. And that's a real problem. If people think that they can come to the Tompkins County Legislature and talk to us about it, okay. You know, in our very infirm and imperfect way, I guess we can listen, and we did. And there's good in that. It did cross my mind that what a wonderful thing that we have free speech here, and that we could have civil speech. And Shauna, I thought you did a great job in, you know, there was some chipping around the edges and some people going over time a little bit, but it really wasn't very bad. I'd note, and the thought crossed my mind, this is something that you can do in Israel, but you can't really do in Gaza. I'm not sure free speech is one of the aspects of what's going on there. You know, and I don't want to reopen a whole debate on that issue, but it did occur to me that it's a really, really valuable thing what happened here tonight. And I think we should think further about this. Maybe we get to a statement. I'm not sure we ever will arrive there. But, you know, we should at least talk about it as we go along. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other legislator for privilege of the floor for legislators? Okay, thank you all. I do have one chair's appointment, Youth Services Advisory Board, Ruth Merrill Doyle, City of Ithaca Representative, term expires December 31st, 2023. Now we'll move on to reports by County Administrator Lisa Holmes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a really brief update this evening. We've spent a lot of time together over the last few weeks, so you're pretty caught up on what is happening in county admin. But just to say, we've received multiple responses to our request for marketing proposals from realtors to assist the county with the sale of the 408 North Tioga Street, the Red House. So we're going to be convening a meeting among staff to review the proposals, and we'll be joined by legislators Mike Lane, Chair of F&I, Randy Brown, Chair of the Downtown Facilities Committee, and since Sean is going to be away, Vice Chair Dan Klein, I hope if you're available to join us. So just to say that is moving forward.
Any questions for Lisa Holmes? Okay, thank you, Lisa. Next, we have County Attorney Holly Mosier.
Nothing to report.
Thank you. Any questions for Holly? Okay. Next, Director of Finance, Lori Scarrett.
I just wanted to say, we got sent a lawsuit, a summons a complaint, and I just want to say I may have to recuse anything that comes out with that. It's with the Fitzgibbons matter.
That was sent to Romer. Yeah, no. Okay.
I want you to be aware of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Holly or comments? Thank you.
Next is Lori Scarrett, Director of Finance.
Thank you. I have nothing to report tonight.
Thank you. Resolutions to be added to and withdrawn from the agenda. Rich John.
Yes, I would like to add a resolution authorization of county administrator to grant authority for emergency medical care and request issuance of New York State EMS agency code. And we have doc ID 12003. Move to add that.
Okay. Greg Mezzi seconds. And any question or comments? Okay. We're going to have to do a roll call tonight.
This is to add, pardon, this is to add the resolution. Amanda Champion?
Yes.
Susan Curry?
Yes.
Deborah Dawson?
Yes.
Rich John?
Yes.
Dan Klein?
Yes.
Ann Corman?
Yes.
Mike Lane?
Yes.
Greg Mezzi?
Yes.
Veronica Pillar?
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff?
Yes.
Mike Sigler?
Yes.
Travis Brooks?
Yes.
Randy Brown?
Yes.
Shauna Black?
Yes.
14 ayes. Resolution added.
Thank you. Any other resolutions to be added to or withdrawn? Okay, now we're going to move on to consent agenda, resolutions and appointments to be voted on as a group, unless any member of the legislature requests that a resolution or appointment be instead included separately and individually as part of the business of standing or special committees. Advisory board appointments, strategic planning and tourism, Jeffrey Golden, Ithaca College seat, term expires December 31st, 2024. Community Mental Health Services Board, Deborah Barber. Law Enforcement Representative, term expires December 31st, 2025. Health and Human Services, Resolution A, Budget Adjustment, Supplemental Epidemiology and Laboratory Capacity, ELC, COVID-19 Funding, Whole Health 4016, ID 11968. Housing and Economic Development Committee, Resolution B, Award of Fall 2023 Tourism Advancement Grants, ID 11935. Resolution C, Award of Fall 2023 Community Celebrations Grants, ID 11936. Resolution D, 2023 Tourism Capital Grant Awards, ID 11937. Resolution E, making a negative determination of environmental significance in relation to Resolution number blank of 2023, award of 2023 tourism capital grants, ID 11946. If I can have a mover, please. Moved by Veronica Pillar, seconded by Greg Mezzi. And we'll do a roll call.
Amanda Champion?
Yes.
Susan Curry?
Yes.
Deborah Dawson?
Yes.
Rich John?
Yes.
Dan Klein?
Yes.
Ann Corman?
Yes.
Mike Lane?
Yes.
Greg Mezzi?
Yes.
Veronica Pillar?
Yes.
Shirtliff?
Yes.
Mike Sigler?
Yes.
Travis Brooks?
Yes.
Randy Brown?
Yes.
Shauna Black?
Yes.
14 ayes. Motion passed.
Thank you. Next, we're going to move on to standing and special committees. Health and Human Services Committee, Dan Klein, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have two resolutions. I'll move those first, and then I'll do a small report. So I'd like to move Resolution F, amending Resolution number 2023-181, mid-year budget adjustments, social services, ID 11959.
Seconded by Rich John.
It's pretty straightforward. It's just a recalculation of a small error, and now everything will be set correctly.
Any questions for Dan Klein or comments? Okay, let's do a roll call vote.
Amanda Champion?
Yes.
Susan Curry?
Yes.
Deborah Dawson?
Yes.
Rich John?
Yes.
Dan Klein?
Yes.
Ann Corman?
Yes.
Mike Lane?
Yes.
Greg Mezzi?
Yes.
Veronica Pillar?
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff?
Yes.
Mike Sigler?
Yes.
Travis Brooks?
Yes.
Randy Brown?
Yes.
Shauna Black?
Yes.
14 ayes. Resolution adopted.
Thank you. And then I'd like to move Resolution G, amending Resolution number 2023-183, budget adjustment, social services, administrative revenue account consolidation, ID 11960.
Thank you. Can I have a seconder? Seconded by Randy Brown.
Similar to the last one, it's a minor correction of a small error to set everything straight.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments? Okay, if we could do a roll call vote, please.
Amanda Champion?
Yes.
Susan Curry?
Yes.
Deborah Dawson?
Yes.
Rich John?
Yes.
Dan Klein?
Yes.
Ann Corman?
Yes.
Mike Lane?
Yes.
Greg Mezzi?
Yes.
Veronica Pillar?
Yes.
Lee Shurtleff?
Yes.
Mike Sigler?
Yes.
Travis Brooks?
Yes.
Randy Brown?
Yes.
Shauna Black?
Yes.
14 ayes, resolution adopted.
The Health and Human Services Committee met yesterday, October 16th, and we had two presentations I'd like to briefly tell you about. One was by the County Office for the Aging. The County Office for the Aging now has 2 aging in place specialists, and now offer a free service to county residents who may need it, which is one of these aging in place specialists will come to your home at your invitation and look around and give you ideas, suggestions, recommendations for modifications you might be able to make it so that you can live in your home longer. So there might be small things like putting larger handles on refrigerators and cabinets and drawers, or it could be something large like a stair lift. So they're not doing these things, they're not selling you anything, but they are giving you some ideas and some things to think about and some resources to research a little further. The other topic that we discussed for a while was the New York State Medical Aid in Dying bill. So this is a proposed New York State law that already exists in 10 other states. New Jersey was the most recent one to pass it. This bill is co-sponsored by both our state representatives, Leah Webb, state senator, and Assemblymember Anna Kellis. And in a nutshell, I sent you all a summary of this bill earlier, and just because there's a lot more than I'm going to cover today. But essentially, it's for people who have a 6-month fatal diagnosis, and it gives them the option to end their own life under medical supervision. There are a lot of guardrails built into the system, all kinds of things that have been thought of. This law has been in place in the state of Oregon for 25 years, so they've had a lot of chance to figure out what works and what doesn't. And we talked about it, we discussed it, we heard from our state representatives' offices a little bit. And what my intention to do at this point is to write a letter of support. And any legislators that want to sign on to that letter can, and any that don't want to do not have to. And so I'll be working on that soon, and I will circulate it to everyone and make sure that all questions get answered and everyone has the opportunity to act as they want. The next meeting of our committee is November 20th. We're going to have Melissa Perry present at this meeting from the Child Development Council. And that concludes my report.
Great, thank you, Dan. Any questions or comments for Dan Klein? Ann Corman?
Dan, I don't know if you know this, so not trying to put you on the spot. For the consultation for people to age in place, do you know if that's income dependent?
It is not. It's open to everybody, and it's not even age dependent, although if they have to prioritize, they might, work on some stuff like that. But the answer to the question is no, it's not income dependent.
Okay, that's great to hear, because sometimes I have trouble talking my mother-in-law into things, even though she can afford it. It's just, anyway, so that's good to hear. And I'll be glad to help sign on to the other letter.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments for Dan Klein? Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
Next, we have Housing and Economic Development Committee. Greg Mezzi, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had to miss our last meeting in October, so I wouldn't encourage everyone to get a chance to catch up on that. I'm still trying to catch up on a few things from being out of town. So I don't have a formal report for this evening, but our next report is going to be, our next meeting will be November 1st, Wednesday at 3 p.m. here in the chambers.
Okay. Any questions or comments for Greg Mezzi? Okay. Thanks, Greg. Welcome back. Facilities and Infrastructure Committee, Mike Lane, Chair.
We will meet again on this Thursday, October 19th at 9 o'clock. we have a couple of things that are going on that I think are important, including further discussion about the ECAT appointment and recommendation for the, get my head in place here, I'm still thinking of Palestine, I guess. I want to say look at the recommendations that has apparently changed as to the modifications of chambers and what we might do to establish another temporary office in here. Randy? So stay tuned.
Okay. Any questions or comments for Mike Lane? Okay. Thank you. Government Operations Committee, Amanda Champion, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. We met, I don't remember the date, 2 weeks ago. And we have a couple resolutions, but the main thing that I wanted to share about what we discussed, we had a good conversation with Dominic about the designation of our newspaper. And there are a couple of bills in the state legislature. And so we talked about some different things. Dominic had a great memo that if we haven't shared with everybody, we should definitely do that. And then we are gonna probably look at a resolution next month. So if you're interested in talking about that, you can come join us. And that's all I wanted to report. I can go ahead and move the first resolution, which is appointment of Republican Election Commissioner for 2024-2025, ID 11945.
Seconded by Lee Shurtleff.
And I'll just add that we're reappointing Alana Congdon, who is our current Republican Commissioner.
Thank you, Amanda. Any questions or comments? Mike Sigler?
I just want to say Alana's been doing a great job there. She came in, she knew the systems of the county, but there's really no good training for elections commissioner, but she's been able to reach out in the state and actually get that training. Fortunately, Lee is a former elections commissioner, not a very good one, but he was one.
Why they moved me to another office.
Well, that's when they used to use stone tablets and things. So. But she,
I think they were called Chads back then.
Chads.
Only if they were hanging.
That's right. No, she's caught on very quickly, and I like the fact that she's able to reach out to people and say, I don't know this, and then learns it, and now can teach other people that. So she's really, I think, bringing a lot to the office, especially considering all the changes that are going on. So, yeah, I'm very happy that she's been moved forward.
Thank you, Mike. Any other questions or comments? Okay, let's do a roll call vote.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Susan Curry.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Rich John.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Izzy.
Yes.
Monica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shurtleff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
14 ayes. Motion passes.
Okay.
So the second resolution is amending the rules of the legislature. All those rules, ID 11949.
Can I have a seconder? Seconded by Rich John.
And this just stems from a couple of conversations that we've had at GEO, just anything people wanted to bring up or small changes that they felt needed correcting. There's nothing majorly substantial, but I'm happy to try to answer questions if folks have them.
Also, I was just told by Katrina that we do need 10 votes in order for this to pass. Any questions or comments? Veronica Pillar?
I just want to comment, I appreciate the changes to gender neutral language. That's a topic that has come up at WDIC in the interest of inclusion, so it's good to see it changing in one place.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay, let's do a roll call vote, please.
I need a second.
Oh, can I have a second? Susan, oh, I think it was Rich John. Yeah.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Susan Curry.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Rich John.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shurtleff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
14 ayes. Resolution passes.
Thank you. Anything else, Amanda?
Nope, thank you.
Okay, any questions for Amanda Champion or comments? Okay, thank you. Next, we have Planning, Energy, and Environmental Quality Committee, Ann Corman, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to save some of my updates for the next meeting due to the lateness of this meeting. But Peak did meet on Monday, January 16th. And so two of the things that, what did I say, January? I guess I'm too tired to even give a report. Veronica? No, we met Monday, October 16th, 2021. No, 2023. Let's see. So two things I want to highlight. And one was a resolution that is going to be going to our legislature meeting November 8th on a Wednesday, which Katrina reminded us today, that that's not on a Tuesday due to elections, election day on the 7th. So this is a resolution urging Governor Hochul and the DEC to protect Cayuga Lake water quality by requiring of Cayuga or Cargill Salt Mine a full environmental review, a closure plan, and a surety bond to ensure safe closure. So I'm just going to highlight a couple of things. And one of the reasons I'm doing this is because there's a lot of people that are working on similar things out in the community since Cargill is up for sale. So I wanted to make sure that people had time to think about this. And this came from our case board, the
Climate and
Sustainable Energy Board. And so they worked with some of the other boards like the Water Resources, the Environmental Management Commission, and the Cayuga Lake Intermunicipal Organization to try and boil down what some of the organizations are asking. So I'm just going to give you the resolved. There's three of them. One is asking Governor Hochul and the DEC to require an independent environmental review. The next one is asking for an end-of-life plan to address the safe closure of the portion of the mine beneath the lake and to mitigate the potential impact of the mine's operations on the lake's water quality. The last one is that Cargill or a future buyer be required to post a $1 billion bond or value to be established by an independent natural resource economist. And this environmental bond to be placed with New York State to ensure availability of adequate funding to implement said end-of-life plan and to compensate both public and private entities for any natural resource damage claims. Some of the groups wanted 10 billion, so this is down much lower. And again, it's recommending that an independent resource economist to figure out about how much money should be set aside as a bond on that. So then the other, I think I'll wait on everything else and I'll go to the other resolution that is on the floor for tonight. You ready for that?
Go for it.
This is on packet page 35, Resolution J, Doc ID 11979, Solid Waste Annual Fee Resolution. And could somebody move that? Because I have a slight amendment.
Yeah, I'll move that.
Okay. Can I have a
Okay,
second?
moved by Greg, seconded by Randy.
Okay.
Okay. And so this is something that we've been working on for a while, so you've heard quite a bit about this. And this is to bring us up to current equity with the recycling and materials management fees. So one slight amendment I'd like to make, if that's friendly to the mover and seconder, is on line 43 of the resolution, where it says colleges, unit charges, and then it says Cornell. I'd like to change that to Cornell's Ithaca campus, and then continue on with and Ithaca College. Is that friendly?
Yes.
Can you say what line that was again, please?
43.
I don't see 43 on mine.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have the one from Peak, so.
It's line 39 on packet page 35.
Thank you.
Page 1 of the resolution.
Thank you very much.
I get by with the help of my colleagues. Thank you. Yes, it's also line 39 on packet page 35. Thank you. All right.
I got you.
Take it from here.
Amendment friendly to the mover and the
Amendment
seconder?
is friendly, yes.
Is it unfriendly to anyone in the room? Okay.
Sorry, it's also hard to breathe in the mask.
Sure.
But trying to protect folks since my partner has COVID. Okay. I'll just wait and see if there's any questions.
Okay. Any comments or questions on the resolution? Okay. Let's vote. Roll call, please.
Amanda Champion? Yes. Susan Curry?
Yes.
Deborah Dawson?
Yes.
Rich John?
Yes.
Dan Klein?
Yes.
Ann Corman?
Yes.
Mike Lane?
Yes.
Greg Mezzi?
Yes.
Veronica Pillar?
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff?
Yes.
Mike Sigler?
Yes.
Travis Brooks?
Yes.
Randy Brown?
Yes.
Shauna Black?
Yes.
14 ayes, motion passes.
Thank you.
And we meet again in November, on November 20th, Monday at 10 a.m. I think I have that correct.
Thank you, Ann. Any questions for Ann Corman? Comments? Okay, thank you. Next is Community Recovery Fund Advisory Committee. Dan Klein, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Everything is going along swimmingly. I really don't have much to report. We were going to meet in November, but there's really not much to work on at this point. So for now, let us pencil in our December date, December 4th at 10:30, and that would be the next scheduled time.
Any questions for Dan Klein or comments? Okay, thanks, Dan.
Thank you.
Next is Budget, Capital, and Personnel Committee. Deborah Dawson, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We will be meeting tomorrow. And the one thing of note on tomorrow's agenda is that we will be passing the resolution to fund the reserve account, which was part of our budget agreement. I have a resolution which I'm going to ask my vice chair to move.
Resolution K was in your packets. Adoption of amendments to the 2024 tentative Tompkins County budget and 2024 to 2028 capital program. This is as recommended by the expanded budget committee after our several evenings of deliberations. Essentially, it affirms that there will be a public hearing for the tentative budget on October 30th, Monday, October 30th at 7:00 p.m. And this moves forward the recommendations of the expanded budget committee and takes place of the tentative budget submitted by the county administrator. Ultimately, it sets forth a total tax levy of $52,360,119, resulting in an approximate tax levy increase of 0% and a countywide average tax rate of $5.21 per thousand, which is a decrease in the tax rate of 7.79%. And of note, it would result in an increased tax payment of $26.03 on a median priced home with an approximate county tax payment of $1,297. And I will move that resolution.
Okay, moved by Lee, seconded by Greg Mezzi. Deborah Delson.
Thank you. I'd like to offer an amendment. It would basically be the same wording of the resolution, but it would have different numbers, and it is in your red folder. Basically, what it would do is raise the tax levy by 2.64%, and eliminate the use of fund balance, which at this point would be, the numbers have changed, so you got to give me a minute here. $1,394,466 in fund balance that the expanded budget committee voted to apply against our operating expenses in order to not increase the levy. And I move that.
Okay, seconded by Mike Lane.
Yeah, if I may, Madam Chair, I'd like to speak to this amendment. I wrote probably the longest speech I've ever written for the legislature in support of my amendment. And of course, I didn't realize we were going to have 2.5 hours of public comment. So I will try to truncate this a bit. I wanted to point out that when we went through our budget deliberations, I mean, initially, we had a 2% fiscal target, and Lisa came back and did her best to meet that. But all she was really able to accomplish was was to accommodate the increases in mandated expenses. It wasn't a maintenance of effort budget at all. She told us at the time that a maintenance of effort budget would involve a tax levy increase of 4.46%, which nobody wants to do. Fortunately, Norma and Lisa got creative, and they figured out that by putting approximately $5.7 million of our fund balance into a debt service reserve, we could start our budget deliberations from a 2024 tax levy position of negative 0.4%. We then agreed to amendments to Lisa's recommended budget that gave us a solid maintenance of effort budget and funded a couple of really important initiatives, the rapid medical response and the expansion of early intervention, with a tax levy increase of only 2.64%. We were able to achieve this result by using $4,793,437 of fund balance for one-time expenses, as well as $5,720,503 for the debt service reserve. And I would note that our budget also includes a capital plan that includes $4,899,574 in appropriated fund balance, plus we committed an additional $9 million of fund balance to our Center of Government project. So in total, the recommended budget before our very last amendment used a total of $24,413,514 of fund balance to achieve a capital plan and maintenance of effort budget that would accommodate the unfunded mandate increases imposed by Albany while holding our tax levy increase to 2.64%. So last Thursday, an effective majority of our expanded budget committee, 7 of the 13 members then present, voted to use additional fund balance to offset any levy increase. The budget resolution presented to us tonight on the agenda reflects that vote. The amendment I'm offering would preserve the $1,394,466 in fund balance and raise next year's tax levy by 2.64%, funding the county's increased and ongoing operating expenses on a pay-as-you-go basis. It will take 8 votes to make that change. And that seems like a pretty heavy lift after last Thursday's vote. To make it happen, I'm asking one or more of you to change your vote. And you have a perfect right to require that I give you compelling reasons to do that. With the exception of 2020, when we were in the midst of the pandemic, we consider and debate every year whether to increase our tax levy or to use fund balance and or sales tax revenue projections to maintain the levy at the existing level. I've always opposed using fund balance for this purpose because I think it's unsustainable in the long run. But I have to admit that we've gotten away with it so far. That's largely due to a robust economic cycle that managed to weather the pandemic thanks to a very generous federal fiscal policy response. I want to give you some reasons why 2024 is very likely to be different and why we ought to be more cautious than we have been for the past couple of years. Let's first consider the macroeconomic variables that will impact our sales tax and other revenue streams like the mortgage recording tax and will likely increase our residents' need for social services. These include interest rates, inflation, consumer spending trends, and the credit markets. Interest rates have climbed precipitously over the past 18 months. Since March 2022, when the Fed funds rate was 0.25%, the Federal Open Market Committee has raised the rate 11 times. It now sits at 5.5%, with Chairman Powell promising that unless and until we can get to 2% inflation, rates will remain higher longer. The highest Fed funds rates, this is the highest Fed funds rates have been since January of 2001. And really, that has pretty much rolled into all the other problems that we're having. Fed funds rate increases mean higher interest rates across the board. As of yesterday, the average rate on a 30-year fixed rate mortgage was 8.53%. The rate is only 7.542% on a 15-year fixed rate mortgage. As of August 2023, the average credit card interest rate is 20.93%. Average percentage rates on most new credit card offers have climbed higher, faster, and more frequently in the last year and a half than ever before. According to LendingTree.com, the average APR on a new credit card offer is now 24.45%. Interest rates on new and used car loans now range from 5.75% to 12.75%. Depending on what kind of vehicle you're buying, whether it's new, whether it's used, and what your credit score is. Meanwhile, everything's more expensive. The assessed value of a median-priced home in Tompkins County increased from $225,000 in 2022 to $249,000 in 2023, reflecting a general increase in the housing market. According to the latest available information from the USDA, the cost of grocery purchases increased by 3% from August 2022 to August 2023, while the cost of restaurant food purchases increased by 6.5% during the same period. Gasoline costs can vary pretty dramatically, but geopolitical pressures are keeping gas and oil prices pretty high. Taking into account loan interest, depreciation, fuel, insurance, maintenance, and fees, the AAA reports that the average cost of owning a new vehicle driven 15,000 miles a year has risen to $12,182 a year, or $1,015 a month this year. According to the U.S. Energy Information Administration, the 47% of American homes that primarily use natural gas for space heating can expect a 28% increase in costs, most of which is attributable to an average 22% increase in retail natural gas prices. And the Public Safety Commission just approved a NYSEG rate hike of 22.1% for electricity and 6.1% for gas, and that's just for delivery, not including the cost of the electrons and the gas. And although retail spending over the past couple of months has been robust, many American consumers are stressed. They spent their COVID relief money, and a lot of post-COVID revenge spending is over. LendingTree reports that as of the second quarter of 2023, Americans had over $1 trillion in credit card debt. That's the highest amount ever, since the New York Fed started tracking it in 1999. According to the Federal Reserve, its latest survey of household economics and decision-making, taken in October 2022, found that self-reported financial well-being fell sharply and was among the lowest observed since 2016. The number of respondents who said they spent less than their income in the month before the survey fell in 2022 from the prior year, while more respondents reported that their credit card debt had increased year over year. 18% of survey respondents said that the largest economic expense or emergency expense that they could cover using only savings was under $100. And an additional 14% said that the largest expense they could cover was under $500. 51% said they'd drawn down on their savings to cope with the higher prices. And then there's the student loan issue. At the end of 2022, the Federal Reserve reported that about 43.5 million Americans, which is about 1 in 5 adults, have student loan debt, and it totals $1.7 trillion. The average student loan balance is around $38,000, and the average monthly payment, as reported by educationdata.org, is $503 a month. In March of 2020, student loan repayments were paused and interest was frozen until September 1st of this year. Now, after 2.5 years, student loans are accruing interest and repayments must resume. Resumption of student loan repayment obligations could suck as much as $70 billion annually out of the American economy, as borrowers will have to divert their money from everyday goods, services, or other debts back towards student loan repayments. Retailers with high exposure to student loan holders that sell into a discretionary category are most likely to feel the pain, including popular local retailers like Target and Dick's Sporting Goods. And businesses are already in trouble. Business bankruptcies, including bankruptcies of companies with over $100 million in assets and so-called mega bankruptcies of companies with over $1 billion in assets, are on the rise. According to the U.S. court system, business bankruptcy filings rose 23.3% in the year ending June 30th of this year. Non-business bankruptcy filings rose 9.5% during the same period. The increase in business bankruptcies and mega bankruptcies reflects the impact of rapidly increasing interest rates on highly leveraged corporations.
Deb, can you start wrapping it up a little bit, please? It's 9:08, and there are 4 people in line right now to speak.
Okay. Enough of the macroeconomic gloom. What should we be anticipating here in Tompkins County in New York State? We all know how well Albany treats us when it has a statewide budget problem, and there are some big ones on the horizon, according to the state comptroller's website. The state's latest fiscal plan shows looming gaps cumulatively totaling $36.4 billion through state fiscal year 2026-27. I won't go into Mr. DiNapoli's quotes on that topic. Here in Tompkins County, we want to be prepared for the local impact of macroeconomic variables, federal monetary and fiscal policies, and state budgets. But we also have to consider our local issues, most of which have been covered in Lisa's and Norma's excellent presentations during the course of our budget process. I want to underscore, however, as Norma pointed out in her September 27th presentation, our free-to-spend fund balance at that time was about $6.5 million, and now it is considerably lower, as you can see from the email on your desks. Meanwhile, we're looking at a $400,000 increase in our local Medicaid share in 2024, which is not yet included in our 2024 budget, plus whatever mandate increases might be included in the state's fiscal year 2025 budget that will hit us on May 1st of next year, plus funding the reserve accounts included in our new reserve policy we passed this year, plus any other unexpected expenses that may arise. I can't help but wonder how we would fund an emergent operating or capital expense of $1 million or more in the next year. It seems to me it would be a good idea to keep that $1.4 million in fund balance for just such an eventuality. I know that I've painted a picture which suggests that our taxpayers can't afford an additional tax. But I want to point out that the difference that 1.4 million could make to us has to be weighed against the difference between the 2603 on the budget resolution in your packet and the 6118 in my amendment. That's what, $35 divided by 12 is what, $6? No, $3 a month? Yeah. I think maybe they can afford that rather than getting hit with a much higher tax increase at some point down the road when the economy may be even worse. So I appreciate your patience and your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Amanda, Greg Mezzi, and Randy.
I can pass.
Okay. Greg Mezzi?
Deb, you said the first part of my comments about painting a picture of how the residents of Tompkins County may be struggling to pay these additional increases in your comments. I think when you look at, and to reduce it only to 30 some odd dollars or whatever the difference between the 61 and the 26 is, we have to take into account that our assessments have really kind of gone out of control over the last 3 or 4 or 5 years, continuing to go up and up and up. So, right, this is compounding. So for a new homeowner that maybe bought a home before the pandemic, right, they're not now paying $3 a month, right? It may be an additional $10 to $15 or $20 a month with everything else on top of it because of each year the assessment of their home has increased. To say that we wouldn't be able to weather $1 million+ unexpected expense when we have proposed a $2.1 million contingent fund reserve, which is on top of already our contingent fund set aside, on top of our 18% of 2022 revenue of $208 million, which is $37 million in reserve, to say we can't weather $1 million expense is just not correct. We also have capital reserve for $1 million, debt service reserve, and I know, and I don't know about my colleagues, but when I voted on the reserve policy, I was under the impression that this would help our Moody's rating in a way that wouldn't remove these from our, I'm trying to get the language right, so Lori, if you see me struggling, help out. But essentially our unassigned fund balance number, which is what everybody had originally sort of been trumpeting the call for, we need to have more unassigned fund balance. But from when we heard from the Moody's, the Moody's person, the money set aside in our reserve policy would not count towards unassigned fund balance. And then we also learned that the reserve policy, those funds are essentially locked up only for that purpose forever. So we're essentially locking $6.5 million away. We're skittish to use our 18% or our $37 million that we have in fund balance based on our fund balance policy. I can't imagine how we're ever going to unlock the $6.5 million in our reserve policy. It just seems like we're squirreling away more taxpayer dollars than are necessary. I do think that we can weather this better than the taxpayer can weather the increase. That's why I don't support this. I think we have plenty of money. I know that the picture is grim that continues to be painted, and that may be true. But I also feel confident in our financial position at this point, even with the use of fund balance to reduce the levy, that we can still weather that storm. Because based on the email that you put forward to us today, we would have $44 million in reserve to weather that storm. I don't know about you. I know I don't have $44 million at home to weather a storm. I don't know how many people have $440 at home to weather a storm. So to say, oh, it's just a little increase, it's way more significant to a household, to an individual. If we wanted to do something like this, but then also look and say, hey, maybe we have a 3-year pause on taking our assessments up at the rate in which we continue to take them up and continue to grow the pie, maybe that's a different conversation. Either way, we're getting at the same, we're getting at the same result. So I would discourage my colleagues from voting on this amendment because this increase to our community is significant, and we are in a strong financial position with a lot of money set aside. I mean, we have a 2.1 contingent fund reserve, which is on top of our contingent fund dollars, which are already in our budget. So it's like having two contingent funds. It's like having a backup for unexpected and then an unexpected backup. It's like keeping two change purses in your pocket. I just don't see how that makes sense, and to see how we can't use taxpayer dollars to keep the levy flat. We have over-collected. We have been the beneficiaries of strong economic conditions, and I think it's the right thing to do to use those taxpayer funds, not to continue to oversave dollars, which I think we're in a really healthy spot. But I think it's only fair and equitable that we give those funds back to the taxpayer by keeping the levy increase flat.
Okay, Randy Brown, Rich, John, and Mike Lane.
Thank you. Thank you, Deb, for all those things I generally agree with. All your points, I think that you're spot on all those things. But I think we're lucky we're in Tompkins County, that we're in a better spot than probably most counties are. I had one question, and then I'll make a comment. So the 2.6, I thought it was 2.55 after we added $200,000 additional. So is that a change?
You'll recall that we didn't have the final numbers after.
Yes, I wasn't sure of that.
So I think this is just, Norma and Lisa crunched the numbers again, and this is what the machine.
Yeah, I believe that. I just wanted to make that note that I didn't forget that. So I think this is an opportunity for the legislature. It's a close vote. It was 7-6. Who knows where it's going to end up today? And I think that one of the responsibilities of the legislature, and by the way, this is the most serious group I've ever been a part of. And I'm not kidding. I mean, you guys are serious folks. I mean, all the issues that were being discussed here, and I mean that wholeheartedly, and that includes administration and all the people that I've come in contact with. Very serious. And I think that, the biggest group we've ever had in the chambers today since I've been here, which I think was a good thing overall. That the people that pay the taxes, they don't have a lot of understanding what we do here. For good reason, because they have lives to live. And their expenses are really high. 3% increase in food, I'm not sure I buy that. I think it's maybe more
that seemed low to me too.
Yeah, it seems kind of low. And I think people are changing their habits. I know I have. I buy different things, People are buying less but paying more. That's the only reason that your sales tax is going up, is because the cost of things have gone up. So I think this is an opportunity for the legislature to tell people we hear you, we see you, and that we could use this to say, you know what, 2 years in a row, we didn't increase your taxes. And that's, to me, that's important.
This will be 3.
3 years in a row we haven't raised taxes. So I think that's good to share. And I think that's great information that should be shared completely with our constituents, for them to understand that we get it. And we've managed our money well. You guys have managed your money well. I mean, I told you before, I'm very happy with where we are financially, and the people long before me did a good job of not spending money. I think Mike Sidner made a comment that it's the best budget that he's been part of in a long time, and I would tend to agree with that as far as what we spent the money on. I mean, all the things that were funded. So I think those are all good messages to send. I've looked hard at the fund balance, and the reason that I voted against the one reserve for the debt service reserve was because you took it out 5 years. I would have voted for 1 or 2 years, but it was just another way to take more money out of the fund balance, in my mind, to continue to reduce that fund balance so it looks like we have less money. I talked at the last meeting that our interest income is much better than we anticipated, which is great. I also believe that, I've done the math, and I don't expect anybody else to do that right now. But I think that we're going to end up someplace around $7 million, $8 million of revenue over expense in 2023. So we're not really spending any of the reserve. We're going to continue to have it grow if we do this. You know, I thought about, Ashley, Deborah, about meeting us somewhere in the middle, you know, because I think that this group is a serious group, and we need to look at issues and we need to compromise on things, which we've done. I don't want to do that, but I've thought about it. But I'm not going to support the resolution.
Thank you. Next is Rich John, Mike Lane, and then I'll hop in for a second.
Thank you, Shauna. I've certainly tried to make sense of where the economy may be going, and I see so much conflicting information that it makes me nervous because I don't have a clear idea. And as Deborah has indicated, there are lots of trend lines that are concerning. And others, you know, maybe it's going to be okay. I do look to some things that I think we're pretty clear about. One is I'm very concerned that we maintain our bond rating, and the legislature has been strong on that in the past, and I hope that we continue. I also see that to meet our financial objectives this year, we did rely really heavily on our fund balance. We went to the well for a lot of different things, and I agree, Randy, entirely that taking the money for the debt service reserve is kind of taking it out of one pocket and putting it in another, but I thought it was a responsible step to take. And okay, I don't know whether we're going to end up with a greater fund balance this year than in the past. It does seem like our sales tax revenues are trending in a more modest way than we have seen in the past. I feel pretty confident that we're going to see the same activity from New York State next year that we saw this year. New York State does not seem to have its fiscal house in order, and the governor was, I felt, very brazen in taking the actions she took to just basically steal money from us. I will use that word, and I think she's going to do it again. It worked for her last year or this year. She will go to the same place. At least we have to expect that she will. So I have all those concerns. I have voted for this resolution in the past, and I always look forward to, Dan, you making this resolution because it's a nice adjustment and it allows us to really think directly about the taxpayers. I don't like to raise taxes. At the same time, I don't want to see a big tax rate increase next year. And if we don't go along this year, you know, and we see the state doing the same things, we see the economic trends going where Deborah says they're going, we're going to have to do something pretty radical. And I've complained openly about the city of Ithaca and the Ithaca City School District and what they did to the taxpayers in the past years. You know, 8 and 9%, close to 10% tax increases in a year, I think are just irresponsible. And we should not be doing that, and we haven't. I've been very proud of what we've done with maintaining near zero tax increases the last couple of years, and even before then, we have not hit the taxpayer with a substantial increase. A 2.5% increase, that's really less than inflation. It is less than inflation. It does not seem to be an irresponsible change in hitting our residents with a tax increase. And it allows us to go into 2024 with some confidence that in 2025 we're not going to have to raise taxes substantially then either. And maybe we can keep it to a 0% increase in 2025, particularly if the more optimistic projections are right. You know, if we in fact increase our fund balance for another year, I'd love to vote for a resolution saying let's square it off and go to zero next year. But I will be supporting this amendment for all of those reasons. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Lane?
Deb, thank you very much for that well-researched introduction to this. What you said is really, really important, and it's economics is not exciting, and it's much easier to build office buildings or something like that, but the economics here are scary of what's going on, and how much we've actually spent from our fund balance is serious this year. I want to make sure that we are able to offer our employees reasonable salary increases in our contracts as they come due, because that's their income, and they're the ones that are rocking from the high prices of food and gas and rent that they have all the time. I don't think 2.64% on the tax rate, on the tax levy is out of line here, especially when it's below our tax cap and is below what we were really thinking we were going to have to end up at, thanks fortunately to our good advice that we've received from administration. Randy, yes, it's nice to say to people, we haven't raised your taxes 3 years in a row, but I bet there's Newfielders, I'm sure there are Drydenites, who will be out there saying, my taxes went up because my assessment went up. Please say it ain't so. You just told me that you didn't have to raise taxes, but now they've gone up. It's the way things work with assessment, and we can't control that. Even if we had a 3-year pause. I went through that and probably lost my seat back in 2005 because I argued that we should go to a 3-year assessment roll and not a 1-year roll at that time. That was one of the major factors that was used against me. But I do think it's important that we increase taxes a small amount, and I think that my residents will understand a 2.64% increase on the levy.
Thank you, Mike. I'm just going to take a quick turn here and comment. I have 3 points. The first one is that we spent $19.5 million of fund balance this year.
24.
24 million? Oh. Adding to our budget. That is a lot of money. And for me personally, I feel like I need to see where the dust settles. I mean, I can't continue to send money out the door and worry about us missing that magic number that allows us to get lower debt service and gets the ratings that we've worked so desperately and so hard for. The other thing that I would also add to this discussion is that there's a very true reality that over the next 6 months to a year, we could have an emergency project come up. And that could cost $1.5 million to $5 million. We just don't know. I mean, emergencies come up all the time. And our job is taking care of people. And the one thing that I think we pride ourselves in is the service that we provide to the people that live here. We take care of people. And so I would ask my colleagues not to spend every dime that we have. I understand in years past, I voted for Dan's resolution. At the end, I voted for it for the past 2 years, past 3 years, I don't know. And it's gone through, and I've been really excited about it. But this year, we've sent a lot of money out the door, and we're talking about something really serious here, and I get that it's what were you using, Dan? 1.6, 1.3?
It's 1.39.
1.3. But again, I'm just concerned that once that money goes out the door, we're going to need it. And I think everyone in this room knows where I'm going with this scenario. So, yep, I have Travis and then Annie.
So I voted the other day to use the fund balance, and then I had planned on coming this evening to vote not to use it. And then there's been a few things that have been talked about tonight, and I've gotten some messages from constituents in District 1 and some in actually District 2. So $20 a month, maybe it goes up. Our assessments go up crazy every year, which is unfortunate. So what's that? $240 maybe extra a year for residents if it hits $20. But then there are a lot of people, 800 to 1,200 folks who own homes and businesses in District 1 and 2 that may get hit with $240 to $400 a month in additional home insurance because of the flood map. So, you know, that's big money for quite a few people. That could be $4,800 for some of us, plus additional taxes, and then this NYSEG increase. And we're saying that people can just afford higher taxes. It's really not that big of a deal. You know, some people won't mind, but when you put all those things together, it is a lot for people who are stuck on an income that doesn't keep going up, doesn't keep up with inflation, and then everything else people are paying for. So I'm a little conflicted now because I think of everything else that's included with that increase in taxes. And I understand emergencies, the ratings and all of that stuff. But for some folks in this county, they may get hit with a huge increase in their property insurance, plus taxes, plus NYSEG. You know, it's tough to ask them to pay more on top of that. And because of the sales of properties, the assessments are insane. We've talked about them personally and how they affect us. So I'm a little more torn than ever now.
Thank you, Travis. Next, I have Annie, Veronica, and Greg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to boil this down to just 2 points. The first is I did vote. I can't remember if I voted for all of the times that we took money out of our funds to create a lower tax rate. And I believe all of them, we didn't just totally stop a tax rate. We just lowered the percentage down to 0, but still people had increases in their taxes. So we were lucky a few years as far as I'm concerned. We weren't so lucky when in 2019, 2020 when COVID came. So things can happen, unexpected expenses can happen. If you took $1.4 million, that could be 15 to 20 county jobs that if an emergency happened again, that we might have to cut. That's a lot of jobs that we'd have to possibly cut. And my second point is that you take 1.4 million and you say, well, some of us are looking at taxpayers overpaid, so we're going to give that back. If we have an emergency or something that happens where we need that money and we don't have that, and we have to borrow that money, 1.4 million in general is what the taxpayers are going to have to pay. Could be close to 3 million, 2.8 million. So that's just, to me, that's not fiscally responsible when we're asking people to possibly pay twice as much versus, again, 1.4 million turns into, if anybody's had a mortgage or a car loan, you pay back tons more. So if this helps the constituents not to have to pay that extra double, whether it's for an emergency that comes up, whether it's for renovating the jail, whether it's for the center of government, to me, that is fiscally responsible. Thank you.
Thank you, Annie. Veronica, and then Greg.
Thank you. I don't know which way I'm going to vote. I hear good arguments on both sides. Both sides, all sides. I do wonder if anyone would be open to Randy's idea of going somewhere in the middle, so maybe not splitting the difference, maybe going for a 2% tax levy increase, because it sounds, I mean, 0 sounds better, but I feel like a little bit of some of what we're arguing over is like what's going to sound good or what's going to play well on top of the actual like financial considerations. So 0% tax levy increase sounds great, although 0% tax increase on, say, a median priced homeowner. And I did some very unscientific checking, at least like the increase in the median price home is, according to the resolution, is about 10%-ish, and that's similar to what my random sampling of assessments increased by. But I don't think anyone wants to do that. That would be a tax levy decrease of some amount. My question is, or I guess my thoughts are, this coming year, I think we're going to be fine either way. I see a lot of what ifs of the like, what if this expense comes and then more and then more? What if our bond rating goes down? Although it sounds like it's like we'll have time to fix it next year if it does. Or what if we get a ton of extra revenue and then we're holding extra taxpayers' money unnecessarily? Is there any sort of like predictions or things we could write down now this year that would help us to better evaluate next year? That doesn't necessarily need to be answered right now because this is not bearing on this decision, but that's the thought I'm really having is, I don't know, how can we create the like, how can we better figure out for the future what things that we're afraid of or expecting, at least know, did that come to pass or not?
I think what's interesting about this economy is the fact that last year we were sitting over, I don't know, 15% over the previous year. I mean, we've been sitting at 20% over the previous year, 20% over the previous year. And last year it was like, what, 11%? And now we're sitting over, what, 5 or 6? I mean, each year we've seen a decrease in our revenues. Is that correct, Lori?
Sales tax?
Yeah.
Sales, yes. That is correct.
Okay. Greg?
Yeah, I guess my last comment would be around this idea of unexpected expenses that potentially could arise, which I'll be sensitive to skirt around. I guess my question to my colleagues is, what's the capital reserve contingent for? What's the debt service reserve for? What's the contingent fund reserve for? And then what's the additional $2.2 million in fund balance for? And then on top of that, what's the 18%, the $37.48 million for? And I guess to Ann, to your comment about, you know, 1.3 million is X number of jobs. Is that assuming that we've already spent 37 million in a crash? Because we still have $37 million to pull from. We also then have $2.1 million in contingent fund to pull from. So this idea that we won't be able to afford our staff, or we can't afford a potential thing that may come up that may require additional funds, I wholeheartedly reject that because we have the money and we have been diligent and we have reserves. But what are the point of reserves if when we need them, we don't use them? And we only rely on the change left in the piggy bank, right, to shake it out, to pay for things, when we have over $44 million set aside for some of these items. I don't see the logic on the other side of the argument. I hear the concern, but I reject the idea that we don't have funds available, that it's an either or, right? Like if we don't do this, there's potential that things that may come up in 2024 won't be able to be funded because there's no money to fund it. I just don't think that's true.
Randy?
If memory serves, I think our fund balance increased in 2022 by about $10 million. Does that sound ballpark right? Something like that. And to Veronica's point, I'm confident that this administration, the finance department, is going to have a really strong grip of where we are in 2024. I think that you had a system where the departments didn't speak to each other, right? So you have their financial systems were separate, right? So how you even reconcile that? I have no idea to even come close. But I think that you're heading in the right direction there. So now that you have one system and they can start speaking, and I realize a lot of work's gone into that already, and a lot more will have to go into that again, and it will probably take more than just 1 year. That's going to take some time, but I just wanted to share that. So.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, let's do a roll call vote.
So we're voting on
the amendment. We're voting on the amendment that Deborah made.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Susan Curry.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Rich John.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
No.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
No.
Veronica Pillar.
No.
Lee Shurtleff.
No.
Mike Sigler.
No.
Travis Brooks. Travis Brooks.
Sorry, I was on mute. No.
Randy Brown.
No.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
Seven ayes, 7 noes, motion fails.
Mike Lane?
I'd like to move another amendment. I'd like to move to change it to a 2% tax rate increase and use enough out of the fund balance to equal the 0.64%. So I'm going to probably have to have some information from Norma. I'm trying to, I heard colleagues talk about some kind of a compromise, so that's what I'm trying.
Thank you, Mike. Rich John, seconded. Okay, discussion. Ann Corman?
No, I was just seconding.
Okay. Discussion. Mike Sigler?
Just a quick question. It's my understanding that if there's something in the budget I don't like, I don't even have to pay this. So is that true? Or no, we're still paying. All right.
You just said we're very serious people, and now here you go throwing a joke into this. It caught me off guard, actually.
That was the federal government.
You have to pay double, actually.
If you do that, you have to stand up in a public meeting and admit it.
I believed you. I believed you.
Okay, so why don't we give Norma a few minutes to come up with the numbers here? We don't want to put you on the spot, Norma. Do we want to take a 5-minute break?
Yeah, sure.
Let's take a 5-minute break. Let's get this right. Okay. Oh, got the 1 second. I got the thumbs up. Okay. So I just, I want to read where our numbers fall with this amendment by Mike Lane, seconded by Rich John. And I'm going to start with the first resolved. Resolved on recommendation of the Expanded Budget, Capital and Personnel Committee that the 2024 tentative budget and 2024 through 2028 capital program submitted by the County Administrator is hereby amended in accordance with the recommendations of the Expanded Budget, Capital and Personnel Committee. The action taken by this legislature on this date, the rules of the County Legislature in Article 7 of County Law for a total tax levy amount of $53,445,119, resulting in an approximate tax levy increase of 2% and a countywide average tax rate of $5.32 per thousand, a decrease of 5.88. Resolved further that because the value of a medium-priced home increased from $225,000 in 2022 to $249,000 in 2023, the tentative budget as amended results in an increased tax payment of $52.91 on a median-priced home, or a county tax payment of approximately $1,325. Are there any questions or comments about this amendment? Okay.
I do have one question. How much fund balance are we using to accomplish this?
$1 million.
Wait, 1055.
I can't.
1055, I think. 1055.
But how can we be using more than half of the 1.3 to achieve
Zero.
less than half of
It's the change in the
decrease?
levy.
1055.
1055 is $1,055. That's so
$1,055,000.
Yeah,
Math doesn't work.
1.05.
that can't be right.
Can I ask the question another way?
It's just one.
Could you read the tax levy amount again?
$445,119.
And isn't that the difference from 53,788? Isn't
Yeah,
that the difference?
The tax
that should be the
levy
difference.
amount should be 53,788,869 minus 53,445,119.
So that should be 400,000.
Right?
So it should be
Norma, do you want to come
400,000?
up to the table so that we can hear you?
We'd be using 343,000 of
Yeah.
tax,
Yeah, that
Yeah.
should be.
of fund balance? 343,000?
Can I get that?
Okay, let's let Norma figure it out for us. Or Lisa.
We had to reduce the 1,330,000. I've changed all my numbers, so I apologize. I need to go back and just undo. 1,338,750. We had to reduce that by 283,500.
Yeah, that sounds right.
No.
No,
It was a
that,
half percent. Not.
No, because we weren't using any fund balance for the 2.64.
Correct. That's
So if you take that down to 0.64, or I'm sorry, 2.00.
well, you have to make it's just a difference in the levy amount. So if the levy amount, if you didn't use any fund balance, was 53,788,869, and the levy amount with this 2% increase is 53,445,119, then it's the difference between those two numbers that's the fund balance you're actually using.
Additional fund balance, right, yeah.
Right.
300 and some.
Right.
343,750 is that number for everybody with a calculator.
343.
I think some of us are comparing the new fund balance amount to the amount that it would take to do a 0% tax levy increase. And some of us are comparing the new fund balance amount to the amount that it would take to do the 2.64% tax levy increase.
Versus the 2%.
And that's why our numbers don't agree, because we're comparing different things.
Thank you, Veronica.
Oh, so Norma, you were going off the increase from 0% is what your 1.00 was from. When I think what Deb was seeking was the inverse of that.
Okay.
So 130 something.
So my amendment would actually use 343,000
Yes.
of fund balance. So that'd be reducing fund balance some.
Yes.
Okay. Any questions or comments? Okay, let's vote on the amendment.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Susan Curry.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Rich John.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
No.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
No.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
No.
Mike Sigler.
No.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
No.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
Nine ayes, 5 noes, motion passes.
Okay. Now we have a resolution. Any other comments? Okay, let's vote on the resolution.
Can you clarify
As
what
amended?
the resolution is?
Yep,
It's what we just voted on.
the one that we just voted on with the amendment. And it will,
So we're back to the,
yep, it's Resolution K, ID 11967,
As amended.
as amended by Mike Lane.
as recommended by the Expanded Budget Committee.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Does anyone need the numbers again? Okay. So let's see here. The action taken by the legislature on this date, the rules of the county legislature, and Article 7 of county law for a total tax levy amount of $53,445,119, resulting in an approximate tax levy increase of 2%. And a county-wide average tax rate of 5.32 per thousand, a decrease of 5.88%. Resolve further that because the value of a median price house increased from $225 in 2022 to $249 in 2023, the tentative budget as amended results in an increased tax payment of $52.91 on a median price home, or a county tax payment of approximately $1,325. Okay. I see no other hands. Let's do a roll call vote, please.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Susan Curry.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Rich John.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
No.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
No.
Mike Sigler.
No.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
No.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
10 ayes, 4 noes, motion passes.
Thank you all. Now, next line of business here. Deborah, did you have anything else to report?
No, I think that's everything. Thank you.
Okay. Workforce Diversity and Inclusion Committee, Veronica Pillar, Chair.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. We are going to meet next week, Wednesday, October 25th, from 3 to 5 p.m. Agenda will be finalized tomorrow, and it's 10 p.m., so I'll leave it there, and you can look at the portal.
Thank you. Any questions for Veronica? See none.
Public Safety Committee, and I absolutely feel awful for Michael Steitley that's been on this call for 4.5 hours, and Joe Milliman. So
Hasn't been exciting?
it has been very exciting. It has. So Rich John.
Yeah, I'm very glad that Michael and Joe were able to spend some time with us, and I appreciate you being here. The Public Safety Committee will be meeting this Thursday, October 19th at 3 o'clock here in Chambers. I anticipate we're going to have some discussion regarding the EMS cost sharing that we've talked about during our budget work, and we're going to be covering some other things. I'd also like the committee to look back at the priorities we set for 2024 and have some discussion about that as well. I do have a resolution added to the agenda. This is the authorization of county administrator to grant authority for emergency medical care and request issuance of New York State EMS agency code ID 12003, and I would move that resolution.
Seconded by Ann Corman.
And if I could speak to it just for a moment, because we have undertaken to work towards an EMS service from the county or within the county, we need to get approval from New York State to do that, and there's a process to follow. We'd be authorizing our county administrator to proceed with seeking a code number from New York State.
Any questions or comments, or would Michael or Joe like to add to that?
No, actually, I think Rich summed it up very well. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Okay, there are no questions or comments. Let's do a roll call vote, please.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Susan Curry.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Rich John.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shurtleff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
14 ayes. Motion passes.
Thank you.
The only other thing I'd mention is our jail numbers for this month or today, showing 65 with 2 board outs.
Thank you, Rich. Any questions for Rich John? Okay, thank you. And we have one more committee, our new committee, the Downtown Facilities Committee, chaired by Randy Brown.
Yes, I was wondering if we could ask. Thank you. We had our first meeting last Tuesday, and we went through the timeline and have an idea where we're headed with that. We talked about various things. Actually, Susan and I have talked about it a little bit, and we're gonna meet next week, and we're gonna present a draft of some ideas we have that might speed the process a little bit in the timeline. We were focused a lot on the departments, where they're going, and the conclusion we came up with is that administration probably knows where 90% of those people need to go without much input from us, and probably a few you're confused on, right, or maybe need some input on. So we'll talk about those things, and we're meeting the second Tuesday of the month at 9, and I'm not sure what that date is, but that'll be our next meeting.
Thank you, Randy. Any questions or comments for Randy Brown? Okay, thank you. Next, we have the minutes of our previous meeting. Oh, I'm sorry, Rich John?
With the chair's indulgence, I'd give a brief report about the meeting of the Tompkins County Industrial Development Agency. I've been asked to just keep everybody up to date. We had a meeting on October 11th and considered various items. One is we had a good discussion about our construction labor policy. One of the things we're trying to do in any projects that come before us are to ensure that we have use of local labor to the extent that we can use them on the projects. And one thing that we came out with was we don't really have a good list of local contractors, that the lists that are out there are across all of New York State, and we want to have a list of who's here, and here being Tompkins County and contiguous counties. It looks like we're going to have that list very soon. Our the representative on the IDA, Todd Brewer, who is the union representative, is putting that together. So I was very happy that we were making progress there. We also got an application from a company, Conifer Realty, to extend a pilot on their project Conifer Village up on West Hill. This is an affordable housing project, and in the past these were done on a town basis, provided the pilots, and New York state law indicated that actually this should be done by the county, and the county has delegated that responsibility to the IDA. So that they came and presented to us, and it looks like that's going to go to public hearing, and I anticipate we'll be voting at our next meeting on extending their pilot. But one interesting thing I thought in them coming forward was we talk a lot about the need for affordable housing. Conifer Realty is running, I think it was 10 projects in Tompkins County, and they have 655 units of affordable housing that they manage here. I was impressed with that, and we had some discussion about, you know, what could we do to induce you to do more, because we certainly could use more well-run affordable housing in our community. And I thought that was a good conversation. And finally, just to give you a heads up, the Southworks project looks like it's coming forward and will be before the IDA at the next several meetings. This will be easily the biggest development project that the IDA has seen ever, and likely into the future, the biggest project that we will manage for the next decade. So that's going to be a very complicated and intensive application and project to look at. Happy to try to answer any questions, but I know we're late, so I don't want to take a lot of time.
Thank you. Greg?
Yeah, I'll keep it crisp. Thanks, Rich. What was Conifer's response when you asked them what we could do to incentivize more development?
They said that they were very happy with working here in Tompkins County, that they'd had very good success with the projects that they put together, and they were quite willing to come talk to us as opportunities arose.
So I'll just add to, I actually have East Hill Senior Apartments in my district, and there have been some real problems with the management there.
Well, I know that there are some issues,
Yeah.
particularly at that location.
Yeah. Annie?
Yeah, I just wanted to say regarding future projects, you know, some of us talked to them offline about, you know, we can't really say exactly, but, you know, what areas, but, you know, they're looking at, you know, some future development, and we hooked them up with the municipal officials in those areas to help support that.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Okay, thanks, Rich. Next, we have the minutes of our previous meeting, October 3rd, 2023. If I could have a mover, please. Moved by Randy Brown, a seconder, seconded by Veronica Pillar. Any corrections, comments, questions? Okay, roll call vote, please.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Susan Curry.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Rich John.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shurtleff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
14 ayes.
Thank you.
Passes.
And next, we will need to enter into executive session in accordance with Article 7, Section 105 of the Public Officers Law for the discussion of two matters concerning collective negotiations pursuant to Article 14 of the Civil Service Law and the proposed acquisition, sale, or lease of real property of the proposed acquisition of securities or sell or exchange of securities held by such public body, but only when publicity would substantially affect the value thereof. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Veronica Pillar, seconded by Deborah Dawson. It is expected that we will not be taking action after executive session. Roll call, please.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Susan Curry.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Rich John.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shurtleff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Andy Brown.
Randy Brown?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Shauna Black?
Yes.
14 ayes. Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Why don't we take a 3-minute break and we'll get off air and then we will collect for reconnect. 3.5 minutes.